Hello, welcome. It's the Clubhouse, and I'm taking over. So, for those who don't know, I'm Allison Troy. With us tonight is my sidekick Victoria, the Wonder Girl to my Wonder Woman, Thanos Copter, and we've got Toy Connections.
Woohoo! Hooray! Standing applause.
Yes, Ken is very enthusiastic.
Wow.
He's only had 2 drinks, so.
Yeah, 2 drinks on Thursday, so yeah,
Yeah.
okay, 2 drinks.
Yeah.
It's already Saturday. Technically, I'm due for another.
Yeah. It's too early for you to end up on the one-way trip to Ottawa on the bus. Everyone loves Ottawa, I hear. Anyway,
Usually.
let's say hello to the chat. We've got Dave's Dimension. Hello, Dave. He actually left that earlier, so he's probably not back yet. Hello, Rowdy Riles. Lovely to see you. Quip. Scotty.
We got Quip.
Quip, if you would like to join us this evening, let me know. We've got room. Rowdy's still here. And Amanda. I wonder who Amanda is. Mystery guest. We have officially been christened. Nolan is here. Onrayu 83. I believe that's at some point I'll get it right. Some point. Let's see. Lots of people saying hello, which is what you expect. Chris Plastic of Shiny Plastic People. GI Jetman is here. And there's everyone else saying hello to each other. So that's a pretty good sight. For those who have missed it, Oz is taking a break for the rest of the month. So we are carrying on so that you guys have stuff to do on a Saturday night. Hello, Ria. All right, there we are. And the lovely Victoria is joining us this evening as well for a little. Well, I don't know if you'll be here because we go pretty late, but Victoria is here.
I think they're on the West Coast, so they're doing good.
Yeah, well, as am I. Are you? I thought you were on the West Coast, Ken.
I am.
Okay.
I am West Coast.
All right. You scared me for a second. I thought you were already in Ottawa. And
Oh no, not yet. Not yet. After 4 or 6 drinks,
Yeah.
It's a long drive there, so I could do Clubhouse tonight and still make it for next week's Clubhouse. I'll still be on the road. So.
I'll still be on the road to Ottawa. That should be like a movie.
Yeah. From Vancouver to Ottawa, that's a long way.
From A to Z, he got there in 2 days. A. It's about my.
A.
No, wait. I'm sorry if my Canadian. That's all I have for Canadian accent. Is the A to Z, and I don't know what this is all about. So I've worked through my Canadian. Sorry, guys.
A boot depends on the province. I was explaining that to Kenzo yesterday. I say about. Steve says about. So depending on the province, you'll get a boot.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. So it's like here in America, where like some places it's a crick or a creek.
My old superintendent, he used to say crick, and I used to think he was just mispronouncing because he was lazy. But he was from Montana, and he said, "No, that's really how they say it there." I'm like, "Oh my god, wow, okay." So,
Well, what's great is I'm from the South, and they say both creek and crick in different parts. So, sometimes
interesting.
That's just contrarianism. So, let's see. Oh, there's Tony's Figs. Hello.
Hey, Tony.
Like Oz is always so good about keeping up with chat. I'm gonna try you guys because I'm terrible usually. So.
Okay.
Oh no. That's how. No matter how good I'm doing, you can always tell I'm from the South when it's time to say that word. Crayon.
Crayon.
Yeah, it's a Southern thing. And I didn't realize it. And somebody did a TikTok, and they were like, "You could always tell," because I've worked to lose my Southern accent. Because some people think you're dumb, and I mean there are people from the South who are pretty dumb. Don't get me wrong. We are not always known for our intelligence down yonder, but or our teeth. So we are very British that way, I will say. So, oh, Carol, must say hello to Sister Carol. Hi, Carol. Welcome. Lovely to say. But Rowdy, aren't you? You're in, I believe, like technically the South, so you know it's gonna be a little all over the place. And Adam will be happy to know wherever Adam is. I've got some. These are my first Animal Warriors of the Kingdom purchases. Head packs. So.
It popped right on the origin body too.
It's okay, Todd. Todd is the good Todd, everyone. There's a bad Todd, and he runs a toy company, and then there's Todd who likes Transformers. Whatever that is.
I broke it.
Wait, Kenzo, you missed the Kenzo, did you see the opening?
What is this starting on time stuff?
It's me. I'm in, wait. But Kenzo is here. Everyone, I made sound files for tonight because we have to go extra fancy. Mm-hmm. So wait. So Kenzo was late.
You're a mess, Carl.
I think it's gonna be like 60% of the group's gonna be like, wait, I thought it was 7:45 or 8.
Wait, I played the wrong one for Kenzo.
Bring out the office.
Jeez.
Yeah, so we're going full on ridiculous tonight, guys. I'm sorry.
Yay.
Yeah.
Can I just say for a second, though, in regards to that intro?
I'm sorry?
I just want to say for a second, in regards to the intro, I do not support Nestle. Don't buy their products. They're basically supervillains.
I don't either. Yeah, it was a difficult decision, but Nestle of NESTLES chocolate, at the time they made the commercial in like 86, it was before they'd gone full on supervillain. So.
And the song was amazing too. So
yeah, it is a catchy.
And I checked it, and it copyrights. Nobody has copyrighted it on YouTube, so I was able to push it out so that we could enjoy the opening. So yeah.
Very nice.
Let's see. Hello, Derek. Oh, ooh. I am Ajora. He meant, sorry. It just, yeah. As soon as you hear that. I knew a guy in high school, and his nickname was Nestle Crunch because of his skin. So. Do not ever bully anyone that way, Victoria. Do not be as terrible as I was, because I bullied people. So that's not cool. I'm going to put you solo layout, Vanos.
I'm just showing off some of the stuff I picked up at the Mythic.
Oh yeah, no, but it's cool. They're tiny, so like we have to make. Is it embiggen that those people say from that purple place?
Yes, embiggen.
There we go.
Place.
Just a couple little like potion things. I got these from Jay's Armory.
Those are really cool.
For case on Instagram if you want to check them out. I also got Necronomicon.
Ooh.
Nice.
And then a couple of these swords.
That's super cool.
And then I got this one from Insightful Imagery. Figure not included. And dropping stuff. I also got this one, Insightful Imagery.
That looks really good.
And then I got a couple of these torches from Carver's Custom.
And you made out like a bandit.
Yeah, trust me, I could have spent a lot more money. I kept it pretty small. But cool stuff. Definitely cool stuff.
That's really cool. I'm envious. Also, Tony's Figs has offered beers for all except Victoria, who gets a soda. But I'm also drinking soda, so.
I have a frozen soda and a normal soda, so.
See, Victoria's back, so we're good. All right, let's see if we missed anything or anyone in the chat. Nope, I think we're caught up. So yes, I've got this Beastman, which is an extra Beastman from Turtle to Grayskull, and I got him because I wanted the armor. I have many Beastmans. Manses? Is that Beastmen? I think an attorney has Beastmanses. So, it's the Eternian way. But so anyway, I have just removed his head, and I'm gonna there it is. And I'm gonna try out some of these Animal Warriors of the Kingdom that I got at Hella Toys. I'm just chilling tonight, you guys.
Did you get them in one business day?
Technically no, but that's not their fault. So they shipped it in one business day, but I didn't get it in one business. I'm on the other side of the country from them.
Yeah.
But it was screaming. Actually, the Beastman was part of that purchase. I was like, oh, I should get a Beastman and his extra heads. But they were on sale, and I was like, I need to. Once studio's still not set up, but once it is, I'll be able to custom.
There's a very loud television program going on. Who's got TV on?
Not me.
And
No,
do you have
I'm
a
good.
loud television program going on?
Let me try muting.
Yep. TV sound is gone.
Oh my god!
You need to take away the ambient sound.
Ken is watching something on his phone. We're not interesting enough, everyone.
Mm. Is there an ambient sound setting on this?
Yeah, if you go to settings, you could take away the mute sound around you or whatever it is.
Echo. Reduce background noise.
There you go.
Okay, here we go.
There we go. That work?
Like magic.
You're a mess, Carl.
You are a mess, Carl.
There we go. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to go back to hate watching something on my phone.
Oh, we should hate watch. You guys, nobody told me these AWOC heads fit the Origins bodies this good. Like that popped right on. That's what I was saying. It popped right on. It's super proportional as well.
Yes.
Oh, game change. Game changer. Hello, Dre. Dre also missed the Nestle commercial earlier.
What up, Dre? What up, Dre?
What up?
And Dre, you've got your little one with you as well.
Yeah, she's always chilling with Papa.
Oh, this is the this is the content you don't get whenever Oz is hosting, but our rose bushes are blooming, so I have a rose.
Oh, those are beautiful.
It's like orange, peachy.
Nice. I got some red ones in the front.
We've got red ones. The lady who owned this house before she got old and had to sell it and go to the home, apparently was a prize-winning rose person. Like, we've been getting mail from like the rose societies and stuff and the competitions. Like, are you going to join this year? And it's like, no. These are our roses, and I'm going to pick them and enjoy them myself because I'm selfish. But,
hey, you got to enjoy something.
They're really nice. I mean, I have a brown thumb, but luckily Matt does not, so he's been out there. Our kale is going wild, so luckily whenever grocery prices keep going up, we'll have fresh vegetables and feast on my audacity. All right, let's see.
Hey, Thanos, I have that, but I have these.
Ooh, so nice.
Yeah, that Marrow's dope. She's on my desk.
Hello, Alex. Welcome. Lovely to see you this evening.
Oh, is that Black Phoenix's real first name? Alex? Okay. Good to know.
That's what I call Alex. I don't know if that's their real first name. I just call them Alex.
Okay.
Possibly. I don't know. I don't want to, like, you know. Sorry, Black Phoenix. Hello, that Alan is Vine Jungle Factory's one.
Oh, okay.
So Alan, hi Alan.
What up, Alan?
Hello.
Oh, Alan, you would be proud. I got an extra one. I didn't have 6, but I got an extra one. Yay.
Oh my god, right? And I'm playing with the Beastman too, Alan. So it's all about Alan. Sorry, Alex. Everyone knows now. You can't stop Lex Luthor.
We will shout it from the mountaintops.
On Ryu, I was
Perry
watching.
will get
I've been
away
watching that. I'm loving. I have that in the background muted while I'm on the live. So you see me popping in and out. I'm watching Jey Uso, which we know he's gonna win. We know he's gonna win.
I only watch WrestleMania now. Sometimes Royal Rumble. So I don't know.
Saturday night's main event. It's a throw. It's been a throwaway. It's literally
hasn't been a good one. Okay.
Selena Vega came out looking like All Might. Her gear was it was My Hero Academia themed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Punk got squashed.
By who?
I mean, Bronson Reed came back. I guess his both shattered ankles have been healed.
Okay, yeah.
So
Because I remember when Saturday Night's main event was like must-see programming, right?
It's like,
in the early '90s, the late '80s, you had Saturday Night's main event. You planned your evening around it. That's just how it was.
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay,
I'd rather be here.
These all look really good, but I think I mean some of them obviously need like a paint swap thingy. But I think this guy.
Is that a Spiro head on for Animal Kingdom?
On an Origins figure.
Wow.
So yeah, like I Helidope had them on a really good deal, and they had the extra Samurai Beastman, and I wanted that Samurai armor to kit bash a custom, and I was like, let's just do it. Then I can finally have an AWOC, and I can stop being facetious every time what is AWOC?
Allison, since I keep forgetting to tell you over Messenger, I'll tell you while I remember right now, since we're talking about indie lines, because I know you're a fan of Death Sparrow on Delta. Wave 2 will have multiple female Arctic characters.
Ooh, that's exciting.
For Delta 17.
I'm always a fan of more women. I still need to get
Kestrel?
the good guy lady in your. I always forget her name.
Kestrel.
Yeah, I still need to find one of those.
What you do is wait till after Joe Fest, because if you order the weapons pack, which will be under $10, if you order the comic, which is like $5, and you order Kestrel, you'll get 10% off your order.
Oh, nice.
So it's basically like getting the comic for free if you do it that way.
That's cool. I need more comics because I have 23 long boxes that I've been trying to organize. All the comics. Hello, Ronnie Trick Shop. I almost said something different. Hello, Vanessa J. Happy Saturday. Lovely. How are you doing, girl? Anyway. Yeah. So, anyway. All right, we're caught up on. Sorry, guys. I don't want to fail Oz and miss somebody in chat and then have them get mad at him, even though it's on my channel.
They're not gonna get mad at him.
Anyway, this is just gonna be the mantra anytime I get too up in my head. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm live tonight. My friend Oz normally streams a show, and he's taking the month off, so we're hanging out on my channel. See, Ronnie, that's the problem. That's what I almost said, and I don't know why. Like, gotta watch my language this evening.
That was cool.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing I haven't heard.
That's a Cedro.
Yeah, I figure, but like we have to keep up appearances, So.
Yeah, it's sad that she says that. This little one's probably heard far worse from me and her mother.
I mean, like, they're words I taught my parents when I was a kid. Kids know stuff, but we also have to pretend that they don't so that they can get away with stuff. even though technically they're not getting away with it. But you know.
So if anybody has had the opportunity this weekend, or anytime, go see the Lilo and Stitch live action. I took the family today, and all the adults that we brought their kids cried. It is that good a movie, and it hits you at least 3 times. You will cry in that movie. I cried towards the end because it's just something that's said that hits differently when you have your teenage daughter and your little daughter both sitting next to each other, and the movie emulates a lot of things that you never want to see your kids go through. It's a solid film. Disney, you guys hit a home run. Congratulations. Go see it. Plus, Stitch is freaking cute.
I haven't seen the cartoon version, so would I still be able to enjoy it?
So I would say yes, because I think that in watching the live action, I don't remember watching the animated. Like, I've seen clips and watched it in pieces. I've never watched the whole film. So I asked my wife, who's a huge fan, has seen them all, like all the animated stuff that they did. And she literally told me she couldn't remember certain things. So I'm now going to challenge myself tomorrow to watch the animated movie to see what the live action, where it deviates. Because it definitely spruces things up, make it a little bit more modern, but there is just I think the overarching idea of family is what the movie hits home with, and I think if you're if you're an adult that grew up watching the film, it's a great live action. If you have kids and you saw it, like I said, we all wore Stitch t-shirts, all 4 of us. People were like in the theater wearing Stitch. I was surprised more adults were there with their adult friends to see that movie than Mission Impossible, which came out Friday as well. So I thought that's very telling. So
Tom Cruise movie falling short. That doesn't.
I know. Well, I actually still need to go see that. Dave and I talked about this yesterday on the phone. I said I need to see that movie because it's like a relationship I've invested my time in. I've seen the 7 movies that have preceded this film. I waited 2 years because of the delay. So now I want to know what's going to happen, like the finality. I need to see it. So I could just say, I saw it. I'm good. We can now part ways.
You can let it go.
Exactly.
You can't see 7 of those movies.
I own the last 3 were good. The last 3 were really good. I'm sorry, Victoria. What were you saying, sweetie?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I swear I thought I heard you say something. It could be my daughter. She's got YouTube videos in the back that sound like little people talking. It does. I can't help it.
Yeah, I didn't happen to catch any of those at all.
Well, I actually liked Ghost Protocol. I think Ghost Protocol was actually a really good film. But again, I like Simon Pegg. So if you like Simon Pegg, you'll definitely dig his character. I think the stories in the last few have been better. Like the first one was a very good film because it paid that definite homage to Mission Impossible, like this will self-destruct, that sort of thing. But I think these last 4 films were better storytelling because it kind of focuses more on Cruise's character and the dynamic of him versus the establishment. And I like that more. So, and Rebecca Ferguson isn't, a bad reason to go to the movie because she is amazing. If you saw her in, what was it? The Greatest Showman, because she can sing and, she's we like to say she's easy on the eyes.
I concur, Bud. As much as I love watching Tom Cruise jump out of a window to his death, I'd rather watch a cute little alien dog movie.
I 1000% was very happy to see this film.
I can't talk too much though because I have seen every Fast and the Furious movie at least twice. So.
Oh, ouch.
We're waiting for dinosaurs, aren't we? Just Universal, just make it happen. Just have him race cars on Jurassic Park, and that
would be amazing. I'm there. Like
you complete the circle. We've had it go into space. We've had him go everywhere else. I just need a dinosaur
and
go back
the
in time.
Fast and the Furious Extinction.
that's a great name for the last movie.
No.
Isidro. I have him. I have to take him out. He looks so
I'm gonna have to pass, Allison.
You're gonna pass.
Me
For
too,
what?
Kenny. Me too.
I'm passing on all of that.
You don't
I am.
want
Maybe I'm getting into that grumpy old man groove because, man, when Dre was talking about that, I was like, I don't have any feelings. How am I supposed to cry? Like, I'm so dead inside. It's not even funny.
No, listen. I
don't cry, man.
Kenzo, I'll tell you. Let me tell you about it, bro. I had like the worst week at work like I could have ever had, and I was in my feelings already because I was just like, so I wanted the kids and the wife to have a good weekend because they had a worse week than me, so I needed the three of them to be happier. So going to see this film, and there's this like Stitch breaking out. Like, I love seeing it. Who doesn't love seeing a little blue alien creature pretend he's Godzilla and he's invulnerable? You know,
I was like, I watched Sonic. That's kind of the same.
Oh, she loves Sonic as well. Like, she loves Knuckles,
alien.
Sonics, yeah, and he's blue alien as well. But this movie just hits like they knew what they were doing when they were like, it's the family. They're the two daughters they have to look out for each other. It tied very much into a cultural thing, good thing for Asian American Pacific Islander heritage. Like, they were talking about Ohana, and they used a lot of the language, colloquial terms to Hawaii and to like the Oceania. I was very impressed. Kenzo has no soul. Yes, he does.
I was gonna say most of it's me. Yeah, it really is. It's probably really good. It's just me. It's my fault.
But I agree with that.
I blame the pharmaceutical companies. No, I'm sure.
I 100% would go see this movie. I haven't watched a Jurassic Park since. What was the one that had the giant poop in it that like Laura Dern sticked her hand into?
The first one.
That's the only Jurassic Park I've seen because I was just like, I've seen dinosaurs. I don't need to see more. And I don't watch anything with what's his face?
Chris Pratt.
Yeah, that guy.
Well, he's not bad in Guardians. If you give Guardian its due, it's good.
I watched the Guardians, but that was before he was Chris Pratt. He was just a chubby dude from Parks and Recs, and he hadn't left Anna Faris for Schwarzenegger at that point, so I was fine. But once you leave your wife and your child, and then are a piece of garbage, you're dead to me.
You're dead.
I've got standards.
I think we can agree. I love it. I love hearing that because especially with him, I don't like him as the voice of Mario. They could have had the guy that was Mario be Mario for the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah, I mean,
that old white guy. I thought he was passed away.
No, he's on the con circuit. He was at GalaxyCon a couple months back.
Not Captain Lou Albano or
not Lou Albano the wrestler. No, he's long past. He's been long past.
Yeah.
It was the actual voice that they hired, that Shigeru hired, is very alive and well, and he'd be awesome.
Oh, we just got the Ken spin.
What? Oh, I like that. The DJ.
What spin.
What I do?
You did a spin.
A spin?
Ken, yeah.
Why did I spin?
I don't know, like in your chair or something, like your room spinned around.
Oh, okay. No, that's cool.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Hey, what's going on, Ken? What's going on, man? You're not with us here. Come on.
Okay.
I'm thinking, and I'm still with us more than you.
This is fair, but still, anyone was. But at least Chris Pratt didn't try to do a bad Italian accent.
Yeah, that's true.
Kinda did.
If he had, it would have 100 been somebody touching my spaghetti, and nobody needs that. Ken, show me the Megazord.
A Megazord.
Way over there. Way over there on a bottom shelf somewhere.
He says he needs proof of life, or he's going to send the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And I've watched a lot of true crime that leads me to just believe that you would be in greater danger if they go to check on your welfare.
Where is it? Can you see it from there?
Oh, that looks amazing.
You see it from there?
I see it.
I'm big in you.
Yeah, you can't beat the.
There we go.
There you go.
Master.
Then go to.
Right. So all the bad guys, all the Motu are dancing around.
Yeah, they are. And there's my Motu classics right there.
And so is Devastator. Devastator is like hanging out right with that. That's like a crazy combination right there.
Yeah. Who's that right there?
That's Bengali. I mean, are you gonna try me, dude? I got this. That's Bengali.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's a relatively recent pickup.
Is he that's not the Super 7 one, is it?
No, that's the vintage one.
The real one.
Yeah, as I say, I was like, it looks nicer.
So what?
Yeah.
Mine's steak, Allison? Gosh.
I said
Yeah.
it was the real one. Sorry,
And
I mean, it was the vintage one, not the real one.
I'm bad when it comes to storage, especially for things that are like rare and I want to protect. So like Scare Glow is hiding way the heck up here. I'm so bad about this. Scare Glow is hiding way the heck up here. Like the vintage with the rare halberd on it as
Does
well.
he glow back there?
Probably. He probably glows. So yeah, he's hanging out kind of displayed ingloriously. You know, I got to do a better job of displaying my stuff. So
Yeah,
I love it. I love it. I love the vintage wrestlers that you got there too.
Oh, right here. I got the LJNs way down here as well. So
Nice.
yeah, the LJNs are way down on these shelves right here. Yeah.
Oh, I just saw
I
your
see
thumb,
it.
kid. That was amazing.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You're a mess, Carl.
Yeah, I know. I screwed that up. I'm like, why do I see my thumb? Oh, because I'm covering the freaking camera. Okay.
Everybody's so creative.
There we go. There we go. We've covered the gamut. Oh, wait. So one, thanks Todd for the super chat. Ken, you have to spin, and
Bring out the ops. Bring out the ops. Bring out the ops. Bring out the ops.
all right. See, that's what you get on my channel when we do Clubhouse. If people spin, they also get bring out the olives.
Still spinning. That's not a green screen behind me. I'm getting really dizzy though.
Yeah, you keep it down because or don't keep going. Let's see as quickly.
I'm not trying to keep it spinning. It's just going still. So.
Oh, are you standing in one place?
No, I'm literally on a chair.
Oh, okay.
Sorry for the crotch.
Thank goodness you had pants on because that could have been.
You could have been canceled on your channel could have been canceled. Whoa.
Todd said that's an epic spin. Yep.
Hold on. The whole world's kind of doing this right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I was waiting for you to blow chunks. Do the kids still call it that, Victoria?
The what?
Oh, Brandon, do they still call it blowing
You
chunks?
call it blow chunks when someone's about to throw up?
No.
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 Toss your
Is it called
cookies.
blowing chunks? Brandon, is it called blowing chunks when you're about to throw up?
What do you call it when you have to throw up as a kid now?
He has no idea. Hurl?
I mean, like,
Just
we
throw up?
usually yell, he's gonna throw up, or they're
Okay.
gonna throw up.
So the kids are keeping it simple, guys.
Hey Todd, see if
Or
the
we
next
say, you're gonna hurl.
hurl.
Okay.
Okay, so you did say her. Okay.
So hurl indoors. Okay, good
I mean,
to know.
I
Thank
say
you.
that because I listen to my parents, and that
Yeah.
influences me
Okay,
on
so
my
you
life.
picked it up from old people. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. So yet again, people, proof that Gen X and elder millennials, we need to let the kids have their own stuff because they haven't even made up their own terms for tossing your
Not yet.
cookies.
Not yet.
Grody to the max.
Todd, see
No,
if the next,
no.
if the next, sorry, go
Have you
ahead.
seen what the kids done this nowadays, Allison? My wife comes home telling me from school. I have the teenager. They speak a language that is so weird.
You're sus for that, Dre.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
Drake.
not. I'm not. Listen, I have aura, and don't worry about. Look at my drip.
It's not. You don't
There's
have
no
a
Riz
Riz
got
in
a lot
that
of drip,
comment.
but look
sir.
at
Yeah,
my
where's
drip.
the Riz? Come on.
There's no Riz in that
Riz.
comment. That's skibbity toilet, bro.
Yeah.
Victoria's
see?
shaking her head.
Just take the L. Just take the L.
I'm
Take that
catching.
out.
I'm-
Because of that super chat spin,
No
Todd,
cap,
see, it's,
no
it's,
cap,
it's your
no
fault
cap.
if the next history video is completely kiboshed. So
Todd. Offered offered. Hey, that's a good $2 spent though. And there are much bigger creators, Todd, who have been trying to get Ken to stop making videos because it makes them sad because they'll never be as good. All it took was $2 and a spin. Don't let that one person know. We're not gonna say his name because
there are a few gaslighters out there. So,
Yeah.
A few.
More than a few.
Is it Ed or is it? Yeah, it's Ed. It's Ed.
Yeah, that's
Is
it.
that-
You have been scapegoated, Todd, and it's a shame.
Yeah.
On behalf of scapegoats everywhere, it's okay, Todd. We forgive you.
You're still
Wait,
the good
Ed,
Todd.
Ed. I was hoping you would be here for this one.
You're a mess, Carl.
He's sitting
I made
backstage.
sound
He's sitting backstage. You got. Oh, you don't.
Oh my gosh!
Does your
Oh my
stream
gosh! There's a lower. Oh my God! There's a whole other level down there. Sorry, Ed.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm not used to having more than 2 people on my stream.
I
'cause
know.
I'm not
I miss the
popular.
bottom part of that screen too every time when
Okay,
it rolls
so
down.
let's see.
Allison,
We
you
got-
need your settings to play sound when someone enters backstage.
That's a good idea. Okay, good
It
job.
goes,
So it's probably right next to reduced ambient noise, the button that
that he just
I
found
didn't
out
know
was
that.
there.
I just found out was there.
I just had to
Audio?
suffer through these old people trying to talk all this new
I know,
language.
right?
It was
It's totally
horrifying.
sus of us, right? Oh my God, forever.
I was almost Audi 5000, but I stuck around.
No cap.
Allison, I'm gonna steal the clip of me spinning for a full minute.
Okay, go for it. There we go. Play a sound when guests enter. We're getting fancy back here, y'all. There we go. All right, let's see.
Spaz, tubular, gnarly, bodacious.
See,
That
I
was-
can talk. So I can totally wait. Okay, so like me and Valerie, we went down to the mall, and it was like totally bugging, and then there was these totally hot bitchin' dudes, and like they wanted to go to the food court and get like orange Julius, and it was like grody to the max. The orange tastes so bad. Bad.
I brought
You
back
have
your
to do
80s.
you have to end with the vocal fry. You don't start with the vocal fry. You have to ease out with it.
Here's for you. Look, I got the vintage glasses.
There we go.
And everybody went to Arby's. Wait, what?
Oh, I'm not that hungry.
Wait, what vintage glasses is Dre wearing?
These were my teen daughter got these from like a school raffle.
Oh, they got
and-
louvers in them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can't see for anything with those things on, but
The louvers weren't showing up from the back. That's why.
oh,
I
they
was
were.
like, wait.
Oh, okay, my bad. So here,
Once you hold them up, you can see them. Yeah. They
okay,
just
Bud, you have to totally that's half a sentence. It's what's your damage? Did you have a brain tumor for breakfast or something, Heather? There you go. No. How very. Gag me with the chainsaw.
Oh God.
I can't say that one. There was one we used to say in high school, and my teacher would always yell at us. You can't say that. It's sacrilegious. And it's like, whatever. As if. I used to be able to do all of Cher's speeches from debate verbatim. If Punk does his Toys for Tot stream again, I will find my Cher Horowitz sweater and I'll practice, and somebody will have to be Amber. So.
All right. I got to bail for dinner, but I'll be back later tonight if you're on late. So
We're gonna go as long until our faces melt off.
Yay.
Yeah, no, Victoria's completely she's completely mortified. But that's okay.
going until we all pull major totes.
Yeah. Like I was totally fried, you guys. It was like it's worse than that time we went to that Val party and then ended up in Van Nuys at the parking lot of the recliner store where like Tiffany Hapburger ended up barfing all over Tiffany Trickemeyer's brand new shoes. And it's those fancy penny loafers she got at Tom McAnn's.
Oh man, Tom McGann, you just dated. I felt dated right there.
Right.
That brought back some memories.
And strong. Yeah, and strong. All right, let's see. Okay. So I've got the sounds. If anyone else shows up, Ken's gone. We can talk about him now. Let's see, really quick.
You're a mess, Carl.
Here we go.
Bring out the off.
And then we've got this one.
Everybody's so creative.
There we go. So we're
You
set.
like
Hi.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
What's your name?
Cute.
That's your nickname. What's your real
Rory.
name? Her name's Rory. That's my favorite.
Rory. Hello, Rory. Welcome.
What'd you say, baby?
All right.
Oh, yeah, me too.
We need to question you, Victoria. What movies do the kids like these days?
I can speak
It's
for
okay if you
myself.
don't like. Yeah, for yourself. Like, here's the thing: you don't have to pretend you like any of our stuff. It's not like with your dad, where you have to pretend like you like that stuff, so he'll leave you alone.
No, listen to me. I love my dad's room.
Okay.
The thing is, sometimes it's a bit too much. I feel like what we're watching right now is like the kind of comedy no one laughs about, but it's the kind of comedy people laugh about because no one laughs about it.
No, that makes perfect sense.
That's
So
the
he's
most
got you
dramatic.
awesome thing ever.
He's got you
love it.
watching Dumb and Dumber. It sounds like. No, just kidding.
And drama.
And drama. He hasn't made you watch Degrassi, has he?
What is that?
Oh, thank goodness.
Never
you
mind.
Good.
She said you
All
got
right.
to. I'm
You're
curious.
good. Don't ask. We will never speak of that again because nobody should have to suffer through that. It's like the music of Bryan Adams. Nobody should have to suffer through Bryan
Hey,
Adams.
I like Bryan Adams.
I'm sorry.
Hey, we just got a beep for the background or the
I
back.
thought I heard that too, but I wasn't sure.
Oh,
Yeah, I heard it too.
It's the Hoove. Hello,
Hi,
Jared.
hello.
Wait, Jared.
Eric, I haven't seen you in years, man. What's going on, brother?
I know, man. I've been living on the dark side of the moon and shit.
He's gone back to wood paneling.
Do you want to see why you haven't been able to see me in a while?
Because you went back in time to the wood paneled house? Yeah.
The DeLorean.
I've been setting up a fucking toy room and I'm in over my head.
You're a mess, Carl.
I'm in trouble.
We got young ears in here, just so you know.
I'm in a real corker.
Hey, we got young ears, Derek. We got young ears in here.
Biscuits.
Yes. Biscuits.
We always said fudge. And then that way
Fudge.
the teacher would be like, you can't say that it's a substitute. It's like, yes, I can, Mrs. Martinez.
I blame Bluey for the biscuits because that's where I got biscuits. Because my little one over there, she'll tell me, she'll be like, Papa, you can't say that. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, okay, biscuits.
Yes.
So that's what me and my wife say whenever we want to say something bad before the police over there says something. Biscuits.
I like using what in the Gina Davis do you think you're doing? Because Gina Davis is one smart. She's a great actress and she's amazing. So it's like
and an Olympian.
Exactly. And she's like literally one of the smartest people on the planet. So
for real.
I often use what in the Gina Davis do you think you're doing? Because if you're going to displease somebody with your bad behavior, it's definitely going to be Gina Davis because she's smart enough to know better.
That's true.
Uh-oh.
We are a biscuit household as well.
We summon Dave.
I will catch my 6-year-old like, biscuits. So apologies for the swears, young lady. I will church up my language for my brief appearance. I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
And show why I've been busy and absent. Yeah. And he's sleeping. I've promised him we will put it together this weekend. No. But I'm going to put the stickers on it while he's asleep.
Yeah, do that because I watched Pixel Dan put it together.
Yeah.
On a live stream just for for his Patreon people.
Yeah.
And what I will say is we all talk about how nice Pixel Dan is and how like kind and good he is, and it's all true. But I'm gonna say the only time we've probably ever come close to hearing Pixel Dan drop an F-bomb was when he was like, all these stickers.
Oh dear.
All these stickers. And I'm like, yeah. I turned the screen record on because I'm like, if he drops an F-bomb, I need to remember. I need proof it happened. Nobody will believe. He didn't though, because it's still Pixel Dan. He never loses.
Yeah, then that sounds like that's definitely a dad job and not a Dad and Henry job. So I'm about to start that. That's why I wanted to pop in and say hi.
Cool.
Well, thank you.
You were about to embark on a very fun journey. I tell you that much.
I
put all mine on. It's not fun.
Oh dear.
Tomorrow we want.
It's not bad though. It's not that bad. It's not.
We want to report on how many F-bombs you actually dropped during the stickers.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's what I'll do. I might record that and then I can post it later.
And then just go and edit it so it's like the F-bombs, and we'll see how many minutes long it is. 17 minutes.
Put a little soundtrack to it. You'd be golden.
Or since I since I'm known to let my son swear on occasion when he's been a good boy, I might have Mom record him and I do it and see who swears more. Me or
That is awesome.
How full will the swear jar get?
What's that?
How full will the swear jar get in this video?
We're gonna have a fun day at Chuck E. Cheese by the time we're done.
Nice.
I promise that. I
They
promise
still
you.
have Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, we still have one.
We have
Charles
one in Colorado,
Esteban
too.
Cheese. Many a days wasted trying to win tickets for prizes we never got.
It is subpar.
And even when you get it, the toys are terrible.
It's, I mean, the skee ball's still cool, but
yeah,
yeah,
it's not the same. Anyways, have a good night. I'm gonna go put on some coffee and start this.
Have fun.
Good luck, Derek. I have to put mine together. I was looking at the box yesterday. I'm like, oh no. Why didn't they offer $100 option to bring it to you all and put together with all the stickers?
Yeah, it's like a
How could it
furniture
make
place. They
them
should
bang?
have a deliver and setup, right?
Yeah, like the IKEA thing. Okay, so here's the deal though. All the parents I know that have kids who watch Bluey enjoy it as well. So
I do. I agree. Bluey is one of those weird shows that I've heard about parents and the kids both enjoying.
And I think that's cool. Like
We totally do.
I got in trouble for skipping the intro. I couldn't watch a whole 10 seconds of it.
You can't skip the intro. That song is just, it's catchy. It's
It like you start whistling it in the car and singing it before you go to bed. Like it changes your life.
if you guys couldn't tell, she's playing with a whole mess of the characters from Blue on the guest bed right now. Like she has, I think, we have every figure pack minus one Amazon exclusive figure pack owned in this house. Like she is a collector. I started way too early. My wife is none too pleased about it. Because when we see a new set, we have to get it.
Hey, same
so
here.
Amanda, did you see your Amanda's question? What movie are you watching right now with your dad, Victoria?
Star Wars.
Oh, those are good ones. So, who is your favorite Star Wars character from the original trilogy? Aha.
Does your dad make you watch them in chronological order? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Yes, but also repeat the question because I don't understand that question.
Okay.
Like
so
what?
Who is your favorite character?
Prequels? Prequels?
Yeah, prequels.
Originals?
Yeah,
or
prequels.
prequels. Padme.
Excellent. Padme is a good character. My favorite as well. Although,
She's a
how far have you gotten into the prequels? Have you watched all of them?
All of them. We're starting. What's the name? Oh
Rogue
man.
One? Princess
We're
Leia?
starting we're done the original 3.
Okay.
We're done the prequels, and now we're watching the sequels.
Right. Okay.
Oh, now you're watching Red.
All right.
Yeah.
So you've seen Revenge of the Sith. Now, mostly a good movie, but the way Padme dies in that movie, totally stupid. Like, I still have not forgiven George Lucas for giving her that weak departure. So.
The way that the other ones die, like having a lightsaber stabbed into them or falling off the roof, and then she dies from a broken heart.
Exactly. Like she's a strong, kick-ass woman through the entire other 2 movies. And suddenly, oh my God, I can't live without Anakin because he's so mean to me. Like she should have been the one who pushed Anakin into the lava. Like I'm just saying. Like just push him in there, let him burn. Like I want a divorce into the flames. I mean, the younglings is unforgivable. If you don't divorce him, I mean, she should have not married him after the Tusken Raiders. Like, red flag, Padme, red flag. But anyway, I've got beef with George Lucas because I don't believe that Padme died of a broken heart. I believe Padme died of bad writing of a woman character by a man. So, which is even worse.
Watching
Dave,
sequels.
you know what? Don't even go there because I like the sequels. So
I'm doing a complete Star Wars chronological watch, and I'm on the 3rd season of. Actually, I just finished the 3rd season of Rebels. So
Rebels is good. I think Rebels is probably Rebels and Bad Batch are probably two of the best CG animated Star Wars prequel series we'll ever get.
did you watch Rebels, Victoria?
Pardon?
Did you watch Rebels? Well, technically not really a cartoon, but like with Chopper and the Ghost.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, so Adam's done a good job raising you because you know all the Star Wars stuff, so you're good. You'll be fine. It's true. You do have to watch all of it, and I mean, everyone like tonight's not the night for the discussion, but every time like Rey was in Mary Sue, it's like so was Luke Skywalker. Like whatever. Every time like something needed to be hit, Princess Leia took the gun from him. Boy had to get the Force to matter. Anyway.
Well, you heard that argument they're having right now at Galaxy's Edge amongst a lot of the Star Wars fans that they put in Mara Jade's lightsaber, but they're now saying like, oh, she's now canon, and Disney's like saying that when people are like true Star Wars fans are like, she's been canon since like the comics and the Shadows of the Empire novels, even the video game that we had.
She was not. Lucas never accepted anything as canon. I mean, like he accepted Coruscant grudgingly, and if you watch the special features on Phantom Menace, I think he mispronounces Coruscant the whole time. So technically, George Lucas never accepted most of that as canon. So fans, yes. Lucasfilm said yes, but George Lucas was like not so much, so that he could contradict it. So
true. I just find it interesting that they finally put in Mara Jade's lightsaber, and they're because we only had two female lightsabers, which was Rey's, and then we had Leia's.
Yeah,
we got what was it? Ventress's it was supposed to be made soon, and then we never got. Like Ahsoka's is in there now too. So we have like 4, I think now. Would be nicer to see more.
I have one.
Which one do you have?
I got Leia's at Ross. Pretty cool.
Yeah, the only lightsaber I have is Cal Kestis, because I loved the Jedi Order, the Jedi Fallen Order games, and I loved the characters. So that's the one lightsaber you can actually buy the dual ones and put them together. And then Lana, we got her because she wanted it for her birthday the year that we went to Disney. We got her Kylo Ren's, which is an annoyingly large lightsaber to carry.
I got mine
the box is huge.
I got mine because it was $30. Yay!
Yeah, we kind of fell into the Disney magic, and like my mother-in-law's like, "Here, go get it for her. Like she wants it," and I'm like, "Mom, it's a little pricey." And I walked out of there Doc Ondar's like $500 less because you had to buy the lightsabers, then the blades. Yeah, dude, they got me. But wow, I love it. Like I think the cases are what makes it. I think, and then we took the littlest one. Went to the Droid Depot and made her own little droid.
That's cool.
Yeah, those things are awesome.
Everyone sort of complains about the prices at Disney, and I do as well, even though I've never been. But also, I think there's a lot to be said for the fact that Disney is like an experience, and you shouldn't go expecting to not spend a small fortune, and you should just go and enjoy the experience. Like
the other thing is that
good.
My dad says things like they know they have your money, they just want you to really understand the joy of the trip. And like there were things that were $30 for like this size of a stuffy, and like, but like it's all you can only get them at Disneyland, or things that are more expensive than at Disneyland because people think they can get away with it.
Yeah,
but like when you're there, you get the stuff you want. There's no really other chance to get it.
Yeah, and I mean, like that's I don't like I used to be, oh, it's so expensive. But I think it's just not everyone go. Like I've got friends from high school who like every year their family, but that's all they ever spend money on. Like they don't spend money on lots of action figures, like or other stuff like sort of we do, but it's like that's what they do. They like every year they save up all their fun money goes directly to saving up to this big trip at Disney. So I kind of have recently, over the last 4 or 5, I had somebody who went to Galaxy's Edge when the hotel was still there, where you could like get the whole Star Wars experience. And they spent so much money. I was like, it's so expensive, but they loved it. They enjoyed the whole process of it. Like they loved being immersed in Star Wars. And said it was one of the best things that ever happened to them. And I was like, okay, I need to rethink this because like they saved for years, they got this experience, they're really happy afterwards, and I'm just being miserable and grumpy about it. So it's not my money.
The problem is it's how you look at it, right? Because if you think about it, all amusement parks are expensive. If you go to amusement parks that are real amusement parks and not just the ones that have been reopened as another name and they're just using the rides to get a little extra money. But real amusement parks are all expensive because once you're in there, they got you. So if you go for the experience, then you're going to spend that money anyway. So you're going to go and pay that money. And it's expensive, yes, because you're paying for a trip to get there and everything else. But
and just to get in is super expensive. I think that's the biggest issue, really. Just getting in is a lot of money.
We used to, when I was in Texas, we would do Astroworld in Houston every year. And it was like, in like 80s money, it was like, I think like $30 to get in, which is a lot for back then. But all the rides technically were free once you were in, but the food was not, the prizes were not.
Yeah, Six Flags was like $35-$40 or something.
Yeah, and,
back in the early 90s. And all the food was expensive and all that.
Houston was just was closer, like, and of course, if you were close enough, you could get like season passes, and it was worth it. Six Flags was like a trek. Even when we were in sort of the Copper's Cove, Colleen area, like Dallas just takes forever, no matter how close it is. You could be like 20 minutes outside of Dallas, it still takes 7 hours to get to Dallas.
You could be inside Dallas and still take 20 hours to get outside of Dallas.
Right.
Let's be serious.
That's crazy.
Dallas-Fort Worth area is the worst. Traffic is always bad. Like, even if you're like, you get like buses, don't even try to take public transit.
You can spend a whole day just driving through Texas and not get out of Texas.
Yeah, when I drove my car up here, I started, I was staying with a friend in Colleen, and I got up at 6 a.m. and I didn't hit El Paso until like 7 p.m. and that's also whenever the time changes, because there are two different time zones on once you get into West Texas.
West Texas,
So
and El Paso takes forever too, because there's nothing between San Antonio and El Paso. It's just oil fields with the signs that say next gas station 300 miles, and you're like, does my car get 300 miles to a full tank? I don't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I drove like 18 hours that day because I hit the time zone change in El Paso, the one in New Mexico. And then Arizona doesn't technically have a time change. So I was just following my phone and it kept changing automatically. And I'm like, what is going on? How is it still 8 o'clock? And then I get to my hotel outside of Tempe. And I'm like, and then I sat and, did the mileage, and I'm like, 18 hours. So, yeah, that was, I
used to drive straight from Killeen all the way to New York, straight through. About 22 hours it'd take me, just driving straight. And it took me 7 of those hours to get from Killeen outside to Arkansas.
Yeah. It can be expensive, for sure.
And Dave, I'll address it like this. For us, we looked at it as we never got the opportunity as adults to really take our kids, and we wanted to take our kids. So I actually sold like 90% of my collection at that time to make sure that it was a worthwhile trip for the kids. Because to me, stuff is stuff. Like this stuff here is great and it's awesome, but it's just stuff. Those memories of like us going there was amazing.
But here's the question, Dre. Your kids are little, right?
Well, no, one's little. The other one's is going to be 16.
Okay, so your little one, right?
Mhm.
Are you planning on taking her back when she gets older so she can remember better?
Yes.
Or have more memories of that experience again?
Yes.
Whatever you want to call it, however you want to word it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just worried that I forget stuff I did last week. So if I went, I would just forget.
That's what my wife says. She's like, she tells me all the time. Like, I'm like, I'll tell Lana, I'll be like, Lana, remember when we took Rory on Dumbo? And she's like, yeah. And my wife will look at us like, how the heck do you two remember that? And we're like, we're not neurodivergent, or I'm not, and my wife is, and I get it that some sort of ADHD, she'll forget that stuff. But like, I recorded it on purpose. Like I went kind of old school, like recording it so we could have those memories.
Like this?
No, I wish I did. I wish I took it new school. Went with the iPhone and I recorded it like that.
Well, you could put an old frame around it. So no, I'm joking.
I was. No, you know what? Actually, that's not a bad idea.
With the numbers on it, you know, with the time.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up doing that because we wanted to go back again. And we were thinking about this year, but then obviously just with everything just skyrocketing, we're just like, because especially something like this little guy. Fun experience. We got to build this, Victoria, and I wanted to show it to you because I thought you'd get a kick out of it. The head magnets, and it does and you get to pick it. There's like a conveyor belt, and they have all these different colors. Now my wife and my littlest one's favorite colors are purple, so we picked all the colors out, and you get like a screwdriver and you bring your little tray of parts to like a little space, and then you get like the lady explained it to you like, oh, here, put this part here, and we had to sit there. My oldest, I was like, I'm glad you have STEM education because this lady's speaking German to me because I don't understand any of these. Like, screw this here and put this here and put this here and push this here, and you get your droid. So yeah, it was a definite experience. And you get like the controller, and then they sync the controller to the droid, and then you go outside and people are like, your droid, there's like a little sensor in the heads of the droids that'll interact with each other based on their personality chips.
Nice.
So like if your droid's like mine, he's a scoundrel. He'll like be like, and then he'll like run away. Like it basically looks like he's like shouting you out, and he'll like run away. It's hilarious. They just added the BD unit from Jedi Fallen Order, so you can actually get that. Which I want to get those with the little legs. I thought that'd be great. You like that one?
We got a R2 unit.
Oh, nice.
And here's what I got.
Did you get the backpack to put it in to carry it around?
We just got babysitting.
Nice.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
Oh, yours is so cool. I love that one. I love that.
I like
you got the
art
chopper.
like that.
Yeah, that looks so freaking cool. Yeah, what personality did you put in it?
So I got two. I got the grumpy. And then I got like pretends to be nice, and he goes bing 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 bong.
I love that she just sits there on screen and people just hand her props. She's like,
look how
like
cool she
legit
is.
newscaster.
She's doing it right. She's doing it right. Heck yeah.
That's what Ed needs.
I had to go get it out the closet here in the office because Peanut's.
I know, we got to fetch our own props. She's just like, yeah.
It's like, here you go. Hold this.
Got an assistant in there and everything, getting her makeup done when she's off screen.
And this is the box he comes in. So you get like a box that you get to hold your droid in. Thank God we drove. We were able to put this in again.
And Todd's asking where these come from again.
Galaxy's Edge. You go to the Droid Depot. It's you have to reserve the experience. It's I think they raised the price to like $150 now base. So you 150 gets you the droid and the controller. So your personality chips are $15 extra. I love that, Thanos.
You guys' droids are way bigger than mine.
Walmart.
Oh, this guy's heavy too. I don't know, Victoria, has yours got some weight to it? Yeah, it's because the little motor and the things are in here, so it's like, he's got some heft to him, aren't you, buddy? I want you. I can't put him up here because he'll give me. I'm too old. That'll leave me with a hurt neck.
You should just tuck your head inside your shirt. Just set him on top.
Dude, that'd be hilarious. And they'd be like,
okay. Since I've got a vintage 12-inch 3PO.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
It's 12-inch 3PO too.
And I've got your dusty R2. Carbon scoring on this one. And my vintage 12-inch R2. And then how does it? Oh, there's a button on the front, and then his butt opens, and you can take out the secret plans.
Oh.
Is that the remote control one, Allison? Or is
no, that's just the large size one.
Yeah.
And then I just got this one. This is a Taco Bell toy from 1997.
Love the colors on that one.
It pops open, and inside there's a little Leia.
That's awesome.
And it has a lenticular cart. So.
Very cool.
So anyway, all right. Show us your droid, Kenzo.
I have a drill.
Oh, a Ryobi.
Hey, those are cool.
It came with a 2-pack, so I got one to do the holes, and then I got one for the screws. There you go.
There's a win.
Is it Disneyland or Disney World? Or both?
I went to Orlando. Yeah, I went to Orlando, but you can do it at technically right now you could do this at only the 2 parks here in the US. I think Tokyo Disney doesn't have Galaxy's Edge there, and I think Paris is going to be getting it eventually. So you can do it there.
That seems weird. Japan doesn't have it because that sounds like if you were to go to Disneyland in Japan, I would expect them to have lots of like cool technical things because they're far more tech savvy than we are in the West. So,
but they can go like off the street to some vendor and probably build a droid in Japan, right? I mean,
they got the big Gundams. You got the large.
They got huge, gigantic robots in the.
They're not as easily amused, in other words. Okay.
Yes.
And those little valet parking things that go under your car and just move it for you. And it's.
Or what about the restaurants that bring you your food that have the little face on it that has anime little sweat drops and smiles and they're like, Goshoba deshita, ohayo gozaimasu. They're cute, but I mean. I can't afford that, but I can afford this.
And hello to the collector. Yeah, we wanted to, keep the clubhouse going for Oz. Because many nights I am at home working on pages, and you guys keep me company. So, and yeah, it's true. Again, I'm just very uneducated, like many Americans. Also, Adam. I've done mad props to the fact that all of these AWOC heads have fit onto this Beastman body from Origins.
I don't know that was intentional.
If it was not, it fits beautifully, which means it'll fit on all the male bodies in the Origins line, which means these 2 AWOC head packs I bought of stuff, and now I can customize my Origins. So.
The armor crosses over pretty well too.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, Holodope didn't have any of the armor left, so I waited too long. But that's a good start. And there aren't, sadly, enough cat people, and monkey people in Masters of the Universe yet. So.
Oh, hi, Victoria sidekick. No.
Do you think that was intentional? That they did that because Thundercats was on television shortly afterwards?
What?
That we had less cat people. Oh. You have Hordak, has bat looking creatures, and we have lizard folk and merfolk. in He-Man. And as a person who's played Dungeons and Dragons, I love that they had like that diversity. But then it wasn't until like Thundercats you started seeing like the Burbles and Thundercats, and then like Undead. It's like, is that intentional that Motu did not bring those kinds of characters into their universe?
I think they already had like Battle Cat and Panther, and they were just like, it would be weird to have cat people when we've got them riding cats.
But then there's cat people in 2000X, so
yeah, 2000X did add some cat people, but originally during the original, and it's funny because if you go and look at a lot of the original behind the scenes designs of stuff that didn't get made in Motu, there's not a lot of cat people. I don't think there are actually any cat people.
Well, what about the one that had a crush on Battle Cat? What was her name?
Katrina?
Katrina. There we go.
Yeah, that was Filmation so far as I know. I've never found anything to indicate that. And for her, it looks like a lot of the animation design was reused from that cat lady on the Star Trek cartoon.
That makes sense.
So, it wasn't until Katra for Princess of Power, and she started out more punk rock with a kitty mask. So, but yeah. So yeah.
Allison, is there a color scheme for Katra's castle? Because I'm thinking about doing a custom of that.
Technically, no. It's technically just her fortress in the Fright Zone.
Okay.
I still have like 3 books I haven't read, but I have not found a name for it other than the Fright Zone or her tower in the Fright Zone. So.
Yeah, I picked up a cat mask during Halloween, and I have some like cardboard cylinders that'll work for the towers and stuff.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I've got probably one of the same Amazon Halloween cat masks in my list right now, because it's going to be one of my first custom projects. That and that Dream Ella castle I bought, I'm going to start working on turning that into Castle Bright Moon.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it'll be nice. I'll have my workshop finally and be able to make too much stuff over in there too. So. All right. Okay, we're caught up on chat again. So I think it's a lot easier to do this when I'm not coloring. As far as the chat goes.
Yeah, I found that it's a little tough to do anything extra. Like when I do the Fridays and I'm like, oh, I'll just paint while I'm doing the Friday Night Live thing. And I'm like, there's no way. Not with the chat. You just can't. Yeah. Radnom does a phenomenal job doing work and still doing chat. Because I can't.
I think the people who have the chat where it goes on the screen, like the actual like screen so that everyone can see it. It seems like it's easier for the whatever program that is for people to stay up with chat.
Is that one OBS, I think?
Probably. I've tried that a few times and it hates me, so I just stopped. I gave up. As I learned with Carl number 4, once you realize it hates you, just let it go and get the heck out of there.
Yeah,
that's
buddy.
the best.
You're a mess, Carl.
There we go.
Oh, goodness.
All right, let's see.
Everybody's so creative.
There we go. All right. It's, we got to get I spent a lot of time loading digital files and stuff, so I'm going to make sure we use them. Hello, Adam. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry I was late. I had to earn more money to pay off Victoria's trip to Disneyland.
We approved because we've decided we like Victoria a little bit better than we like you. Sorry.
That's fine. That's a pretty universal response.
You are very charming. I was about to talk to him about you like you weren't there. You're very charming, Victoria. We adore you. So.
I'll leave again. You can talk.
No, you're fine. You can stay. I'm not saying you need to go. I'm just letting you know that sometimes people's kids show up and you're like, I didn't have kids. And now I'm like, maybe I should have.
I didn't. I was getting the other two ready for bed. I didn't put them to bed. We're getting them ready for bed. But you were asking her about Star Wars characters.
Yeah.
I didn't hear any of her answers, but
Padme for prequels.
Padme.
No.
I don't know. I just like, Disney, Star Wars, just like show her stuff, and if she likes it, great, and if she doesn't like it, that's fine too. We don't watch it again. We watched most of the Star Wars movies 2 times now. We watched them a couple years ago, and we watched them again this year.
I think so.
Do you like superheroes, Victoria? Did you get into like superheroes? Like Adam, have you introduced her to those like superhero stuff, or is like she kind of just been more of Star Wars?
She likes she likes Spider-Man, like the MCU Spider-Man stuff. But a lot of the like MCU stuff, as much as it's comic book kid heroes, MCU stuff is not kid stuff. It's geared towards us. It's not geared towards.
Yeah, I won't disagree, because this little one, she's a huge Spider-Man fan. Like my wife blames me. She's like, "Oh, you love Spider-Man," and I can't help it. She loves it, but she watched Deadpool, and my brother-in-law was like, "You let her watch Deadpool?" I was like, "Dude, it's on the TV, and like she doesn't understand anything that's going on except the guy looks like Spider-Man." Do I think I've traumatized my child? No, but my parents showed me RoboCop when I probably shouldn't have watched RoboCop. And it still turned out.
Look at you good. Now.
I saw Stitch today. There's my circle. I took my family to see Stitch, and we all had a wholesome cry, family bonding, and then I will ruin them later by watching a movie they shouldn't have watched. I'll ruin them with another movie somewhere down the line.
No, we still my wife isn't into she doesn't dislike them, but she wasn't a superhero person. She wasn't really she still isn't really a Star Wars person as such, but I would go and watch Star Wars when the new ones would come out. We were at that time walking distance to the theater, and I would go on opening night. I would walk there on opening night, and that the new movies coming out kind of coincided with her. So Force Awakens came out like 9 years ago, 9.5 years ago. She's like 9.5 years old. So it just sort of, I got back into it in a big way at the same time. And so it's all kind of like, there's this weird thing where I haven't intentionally been like, you need to watch this and you need to love this. It's been like, here's what I love, and if you love it too, that's great, because then we have that in common and we can share that. But going back to the Disney conversation, I was like, we only did Disney. This was my first time going to Disneyland this year, and we have 3 kids, and we took them. I've been to Disney World 3 times as a kid, but Disneyland I'd never been. But I'd never been to Galaxy's Edge and all that kind of stuff. And so we only did 2 days, because I did WonderCon for Spiro Toys. And so before that, we went a few days ahead of time and did Universal Studios. We like 4 hours, which is it's another conversation. But we did Disney for 2 days. And the first day was like Fantasyland. And for anybody that doesn't know Disney, Fantasyland is like Dumbo, the Carousel, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, like the really classic Disney stuff. We did Fantasyland, and then we did Mickey's Toontown, and we did Tomorrowland, like all the really classic Disney stuff. I didn't even set foot into Galaxy's Edge until the second day. I was like, okay, I'll hold back. The first day is the day for the kids to experience it for the first time and like let them kind of do their thing. And then the second day was the Galaxy's Edge day, and we did the Droid Depot. I did the lightsaber. We did the rides, and like I could have stayed there. I could have stayed there all day for 2 days, and we were there for a few hours, and I was just like chomping at the bit to get back. But we did one of the Star Wars rides, and purely by coincidence, because I intentionally didn't research, the rides and the anything like that. But they have the Millennium Falcon ride is called Smuggler's Run, and 6 people go on it. So you get 2 people that are pilots, 2 people that are gunners, 2 people that are engineers, and everybody just kind of picked where they wanted to go. And I ended up being a pilot, and I ended up so I actually ended up in the wrong seat because it was me and my 5-year-old, her younger sister, as pilots. And the up down is like flight controls. So up is down and down is up. And I was like, that's not going to work. I'll take that one. You take left, right. And some people have heard this story already, so it cut me off if you don't want to hear it. But so the left pilot is left, right, and the right pilot is up, down. So I was the right pilot who was up, down. But what they don't tell you is that the right pilot is also the person responsible for jumping to light speed, pushing the lever that jumps the Millennium Falcon to light speed. And I was like tearing up when they're like, okay, push the lever, jump to light speed. And they were like, what is wrong with you? And I was like, for 40 years, I've wanted to do this. I was like, you don't understand. Like, for me, this is the experience. Like, all the other stuff, like going on Dumbo with my kids was amazing. And I was like, oh, the teacups and like, all these rides that I went on as a kid. But Star Wars was like me experiencing sort of that for the first, a lifetime, the culmination of a lifetime of passion for a particular property. So it was absolutely amazing. And I can't wait to go back, and I can't wait for them to get to go back. And, you were saying, like, are you going to do it again when you're older? Like, you kind of have to. Like, once you've gone, you get it. And you're like, okay, this can't be a one and done, because it's just too good. And it's worth selling off a collection. It's worth not buying more toys. It's worth, putting money aside, whenever you can, because
you don't forget it. Like you look at, you lit up the two, like you could see the way your face lit up, and it reminds me when I see the videos from almost 4 years ago now when we went, and I see the face, like the way we all lit up. She was only 2 when we took her, and she went on Dumbo. She loved Aladdin. We took her to, like, she got to go to all 4 parks. Now Animal Kingdom was like, we didn't like it because everything was just overcrowded and we couldn't really do anything. But Galaxy's Edge was the most fun experience for me as an adult, because much like you, it's that moment, like you're in the cockpit. Like, for me, I think it would be more fun for me to go to Avengers Campus. I'm a bigger superhero buff than I am Star Wars, so I think going to Avengers Campus and like seeing Strange and like hanging out with the characters like that would be cool. But dude, I would feel the same way, like punch a Chewie and like bang, like just push the lever and go. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and she was saying too, like she was misquoting me a little bit when she was talking about like how much you spend there. It was weird because I expected it to cost more, and that sounds crazy because it cost a boatload of money. But we did Universal and we did Disney, and my experience was like, Universal was what you would expect a Disney, or Universal was what you would expect a theme park like that to do. Once you're there, everything's overpriced. Things that what the price is outside of the park, they're like 30% more inside the park, because you're there and your kid's going to be like, can I get this? And you're like, well, we're here. I guess I'll get it. We didn't. We just told them no for everything at Universal. But like Universal also is like, hey, oh, you want some food? Okay, there's Panda Express, and it's twice what Panda Express is in a mall. So why would we get that? But then you go to Disney, and like the food wasn't cheap, but it was like food that you'd get just eating out at a restaurant. It wasn't more than you'd get outside the park. Universal's kind of like an airport. It's like when you buy food outside the gates at the airport, it's normal price. That's Disney. When you're inside security at the airport and you're really hungry and you can't go anywhere else and they're going to charge you twice as much, that's Universal. So Disney, as much as it does cost you a lot of money. You got to get like Ed was saying, like you got to get there, you got to pay your ticket, you got to do all that kind of stuff. But I felt like Disney respected that they were taking my money in a way that Universal did not. and I felt like Disney, like everything was priced better than I thought it was going to be perfectly honest.
No, you're right. It's definitely. I think Disney beats you over the head. Like Ed said it. Like you're there. You know you're paying. You know you're gonna pay through the. Like I knew when we got there. This one was her first time. My teen daughter was her first time. My wife had been. It'd been 10 years for me. It had been like 30 years for my wife. So I knew when we went there, I had a budget in mind. I had like $5,000 set aside. I was like, I know we're gonna spend, and we were just like every time she walked into a store, she's like, "Papa," and it's like you're like, "Oh God, why do you really need this thing that's like $50 for like a figure I can get you at Target for like $6?" But you're there, and it's like they know to beat you over the head with these magic moments, and you know, like you just can't replicate that. Like my daughter got an ice cream bar. I'll never forget. We had those Mickey ice cream bars. Expensive as all get out. I'm allergic to chocolate, so my wife and my daughter have one, and it's hot as heck in Florida, and it's December, mind you, when we went, and we're in front of the castle watching them do one of the shows, and my teen goes to take a bite, and the thing just falls off the stick onto the floor, and she just looks down, and I'm recording the whole thing happen, and she just looks at me and busts out laughing, and now, mind you, if I was at home, $10 ice cream, I would have freaked out. There, I'm like, oh man, it's oh well, I can't do anything about it. We're on vacation, $10.50.
But you know what? You can do something about it, and this is Disney in a nutshell. If you had taken that stick to the ice cream vendor and said, "Hey, it fell off," they'll give you another one.
They probably would have done that. They probably would have.
It's bonkers. Was it you or Ellie that spilled a drink? So my 5-year-old spilt a drink at Oga's Cantina, which is like the cantina in the Disney area. And the bartender goes, "I'll get you another one." And I was like, she's fine. She's like, no, like she spilt it. We'll get another one. And I think he even gave us another drink because was it you or her that didn't like your drink?
I think I was sort of grossed out by my drink.
So they like gave us just another free drink. Like they go out of their way to make sure that you absolutely love every moment that you're in the park. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure you can, there's videos that prove you can go too far with it, but you don't have to put your hand up. Just wait for me to finish talking. But they go out of their way to make sure that the money that you spent, you never regret spending it there.
Very true.
The other thing at the cantina, the other thing in the cantina was that they went like all out explaining the drinks because there's like these animatronic things that are doing stuff there, and like there's a robot DJ and stuff, and on the highest shelf there was this big like blobby alien pet sort of thing, and there's like these little black tiny eggs around it, and I got this little like popping pearl tea or like something, a juice, and he said look up there, you know those little balls, that's that monster's eggs like in your drink. So in about 2 weeks you'll have a really bad stomachache, and if you lay more eggs, come over, like we need more eggs, so if you can come over, give us those eggs. Perfect. And I took a couple seconds, and that just sort of went through my brain. And I was like, okay, I'm not really gonna drink this anymore. But like,
I get that.
Everything was fun.
That's cool. I love hearing it. You see, it's different hearing us talk about it, but hearing your perspective, it makes me smile even bigger because I love seeing it through her, through my other daughter. It's like seeing it through you. It's a wild experience. It's just, I'm so glad you had fun. Now, which was better, Disney or Universal?
Disney.
Now, is that because you're a Star Wars fan? Like Dad,
No,
I think Dad.
No,
I think
no,
Dad
she-
agreed.
Well, it was mostly because it's like there were more rides that I liked because there were more roller coasters and stuff, and there were more things that like made you sort of scream, which I really liked. And oh yeah, 2 weeks later we all started throwing up. So
She thought she had like
yeah, I actually
she
thought
she
that that
like,
was the reason. It was crazy.
she's actually, but she is actually like a huge Harry Potter fan. And so she was really excited for Universal, and we went to Universal. Now, the sort of Cole's notes on the story, our flight got delayed. We were supposed to fly in first thing in the morning and then go straight to Universal. We didn't get there till the afternoon, so we missed half a day at Universal. Also, you know, Universal does not transfer tickets. If you book for a day, you have to go that day. Disney will let you move your ticket. If you don't show up that day, you just go the next day and whatever. Again, speaking to Universal being just a different business model than Disney. But anyway, we went, we went to the Wizarding World. We did, the Harry Potter stuff. It was a ton of fun, but it's not the same experience. You don't feel as in world. You don't feel Disney calls it their cast members, right? All the staff that work at the park are their cast members, and they do an amazing job. Universal, it felt like a whole bunch of people that worked at a theme park. You don't get the same. Now, Wizarding World, I think, is a little bit different. I think those people are very, very passionate about Harry Potter, and so but you get outside the Harry Potter area, and it could be
Kind of upsetting.
It could be a county fair for all intents and purposes.
True.
My turn. Something I really liked. My mommy said that they were getting pictures with the Durmstrangs and the rest of with all the Gallbed Fire sort of people. And we weren't there. We ended up getting a picture because they were hogging it and everything. And they were
we ran over. We were there right in time.
Anyways, but the thing about my mom told us that when we went in, my brother saw the what's her name, Fleur and all her friends, and his face was
not in a creepy way. He's 3 years old.
And he's
So what house are you?
He did that with Jasmine too.
What house are you for Harry Potter?
Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Gryffindor.
My friend is a Hufflepuff, and so what if we're miscellaneous?
Listen, it's all good. My wife is Ravenclaw, and both our children are Hufflepuff. So all good. And she's a Hufflepuff.
I don't know what any of that means.
If you haven't if you just watch one of the films, there's 4 houses within the school for Hogwarts, and obviously Slytherin they're bad guys, and then you have Gryffindor,
the good guys.
We produce pretty much awesomeness, but Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, I will give them their due. You guys produce some of the best people that do not get their credit. After reading the books and watching the films, more people should have been given more credit. Is that Amber?
It's a meteor. So all these vintage toys I've been flashing. After the Mythic meetup, I went to my cousin's house, and his grandma had packed up a bunch of toys that got left at her house when the kids quit playing with toys, and they gave them to me. And there's a ton of stuff in here, like Transformers, Rock Lords, A-Team, Star Wars, E.T., all kinds of stuff. Dinobot.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
They look so good, man. They're in excellent shape for being played with.
Oh, trust me, there's a lot of broken bits in here too. There's the blade was missing arms, and it got replaced with the Black Star arm, which is too big, and the Rio Blast arm.
That was cool,
But
though.
Pretty cool. Trying to remember how to transform this thing.
Eesh, I wish I knew.
I don't think it's too complicated.
Quip, they know we're marks. They know that when you go to these places that but that's like any tourist place. Like you go to if we were to go to I wouldn't say Japan as much, but if you would go to Egypt, I'll use Egypt as an example. I had some family members go to Egypt and they said they were getting hosed at the pyramid. You go to the Great Pyramid, they're like, "Oh, come here, we take you on pyramid tour," and because they figure, "Oh, you're foreigner, you're and I think that when you go to these theme parks, mostly I think Disney does it. My brother-in-law is going to Universal for Epic Universe since it opened last week or this week, and he's going for this week coming. And I told him, I said, he's like, I know I'm going to spend money. I'm going to go to the How to Train Your Dragon. I'm going to go to Dark Universe. And he's like, I know they're going to take my money. He's like, Super Nintendo World. We're going to all get power-up bands, and we're going to all do the Mario stuff, and we're going to have fun. But it's losing. That looks freaking cool.
That's like a pregnant transformer.
Yeah. This is towards the end of the Motu line.
Exactly. In the end, it's the experience. What happened to his head? Is that Skeletor?
Kids?
It could be.
The 80s were brutal.
Oh, wow.
So I got some things through eBay this week that Victoria might appreciate. So vintage 1999 episode 1 coloring book. Heroes and Villains. Have to scan it. Once I get it scanned, I'll get some copies over to y'all. Everyone loves Jar Jar, right?
We do.
Coloring Adventure. And then, of course, episode 2. This side is Padme, and then you flip it over, and you've got Anakin on the other side. Also, the most awkward kiss I have ever seen in the entire world is in this coloring book. Let me see if it'll.
Yeah, I don't. Who holds hands and goes?
And whoever,
I'm
actually,
sure there's
the
people
artist.
that do. You can't.
And the artist on this is Scott Collins, who's a pretty good comic book artist. But based on the timeline, this is probably some of his first work. So, but to be fair, it's about as awkward as their kissing was in the movie. So, artistically, he did capture the mood. And then this is cool. Vintage 1970s Battle of the Commander. Some of it's colored, so this one will take a bit longer because I have to clean those pages up. But some cool stuff. It'll crop up pretty quickly on the channel at some point. And there's a lot of discussion of the prices in chat over Disney. We see y'all. We're just not going to put it all on screen because, you know. And hello, CJ. I hope you feel better. Thank you for popping in. You know, let's talk about Jar Jar for a second. Because I did not like Jar Jar at first. I thought it was lame. However, I did go see The Phantom Menace 7 times in a theater. And about half of those, there were a lot of kids in the audience. And the kids really love Jar Jar. So I think we were all just being grumpy old people.
I'm still not a fan. I'm doing the rewatch, and even those Clone Wars episodes with them are a little painful. I'm saying, okay.
I think the kids still like them. So I don't know that we will ever truly appreciate Jar Jar. but I don't think we're supposed to.
I want to. I want him as a Sith. I'll appreciate him like Fortnite did. Fortnite did him right. If you guys are not playing Fortnite, which I'm not playing it, but I've been catching the video clips where Jar Jar is like fully decked out as a Sith Lord. And I'm like, yes, thank you. All the memes, you guys finally were like putting him as the bad guy that I wanted him to be.
Yeah, but that's the complete opposite of what his reality is in canon.
I know.
I will say though, I went
his canon. I mean,
Is the dumb good guy?
Fans did Ahmed Best dirty, but I think writers after the facts did Jar Jar dirty too, by turning him into a clown and like a depressed, sad clown.
Yeah, they
yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I think the writers that came after were like probably the same fans who did them dirty. So, what I will say is, when the 3D movies came out, I went with just the one because they didn't finish them. And the Phantom Menace was the only one that came out. But I went with a coworker, and she was like in her very early 20s, and she'd been like 10 or 11 when the first movies came out, and she loved Jar Jar. So we sat there, and I was like, Jar Jar. And she was, every time he came on screen, she would clap. She'd be like, I love him. So that's when I started realizing I was just being a crusty old person, and I needed to get over it and let the kids have their stuff.
All three of my kids like Jar Jar.
Yeah. And I think that's the problem. I think we need to realize, well, I mean, it's Adam, you clearly have kids, so you realize that they get to have their own stuff. Hello, Alpha Magnus. So
I think George Lucas's reaction to I'm pretty sure it was almost directly related to Jar Jar. When George Lucas was asked, why do you think people didn't like the prequels? His response was because they weren't kids anymore.
Yeah.
And it was always, and it will always be, for kids. But then again, kids aren't watching Andor. I mean, I think the kids that love the original trilogy are the kids that love Andor. And the kids that grew up with the prequels, love Jar Jar, and the kids that will grow up with the sequels won't see the issues with them that a lot of people see. I think Star Wars is different depending on when you experience it and how you experience it, and like what your perspective is at the time and what your threshold is for like the complexity of what it is. Because I mean, original trilogy, there was a lot of things going on there. It was, Vietnam, Cold War. There was a whole bunch of subtext that kids seeing laser swords didn't care about. And I think that's true of the prequels, and I think that's true of the sequels. I think there's something there for everyone. And when people kind of when people want to sort of really sort of dissect Star Wars, and I say this all the time, like if you're really objective in your criticisms about the original trilogy, they're not very good. But we grew up on them, and we're passionate about them, and we love them, and you can't deny the cachet that those movies have.
My buddy was talking about the sequels and how like, well, Rey didn't get any training, she's super powerful. I'm like, dude, I just watched A New Hope, and Luke gets like
no
15 minutes of training. Like, so
Luke
I don't get what the argument is.
In the whole trilogy, it's about 15 minutes from an old Yoda that can't even get out of bed. He has to carry Yoda on his back to get his training. So when people are like, "Oh, Rey shouldn't be able to fight that well," you see her fight with the staff. Like she had to defend herself constantly. So she's just a street fighter to begin with. So then you put the lightsaber in her hand. It's like, oh, okay, it's just more powerful than a stick was. But it doesn't. I don't know. People have weird criticism.
I think the issue with Star Wars, my humble opinion, as somebody who's been here since day one and has seen them all. I was an early bird kit kid. What I will say is, I think those years that Star Wars went away was really good because there was time to not have Star Wars, so that when it did start coming back via expanded universe, it was a lot easier to accept expanded universe as canon.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they had just rolled right in, sort of with Epic Continues, sort of like Kenner wanted, I think it would have gone differently. But I think them having those 2 or 3, like solid 5 years where there was no Star Wars anything really, I think that helped.
How can I miss you if you haven't gone away? Sort of thing.
I think if after the prequels, I think if George Lucas had let it go away for like 5 years, then brought in the Clone Wars, I think it would be very different now. And I think just some of that is, there was an attitude in the 80s of, well, let's just let this franchise rest. We don't need to pump it for every cent it has. And I think that kind of changed in the mid-2000s, where suddenly, like, we need to get every cent out of everything we can. And same with sort of Marvel, instead of just letting Marvel movies rest.
I was going to say the MCU has the same problem. Had they let it rest for a little while, I think some of the reception to the stuff going on now would be different than it
Same thing with Beyonce. No one could stand Beyonce after that first year because they just put her everywhere. She's like,
And then Beyonce went away.
Well, if you look at what was going on in the early 2000s, you ended up getting the beginning of what we now know as several trilogies. You had the Matrix trilogy, you had the Lord of the Rings trilogy, you now had the Star Wars prequel trilogy. You were getting a bunch of films that were coming in. We didn't have the MCU proper as what we would do. We had the Sonyverse. We had like Marvel movies sprinkled in there and Blade. But you missed out on you missed out on a bunch of other stuff that I think that we don't get till we get later 2000s, early into now, or was it post 2008, which is Iron Man 1. So I think that, like you said, we can't miss it yet. I think honestly, after Doomsday and Secret Wars, if I don't see anything for like 5 years, I'd be happy. I'd be like, thank you.
I think it also needs a reset so that the old fans can miss it. And they can also let it go enough so that when it comes back, the kids can invest in it. Really quickly, Cobb, since you're here.
Bring out the off.
Here we go. All right. So to properly welcome, since Cobb is who started that by sending me that reel and unlocking ancient memories. So. And then Kenzo started sending me pictures of him afraid of olives, and here we are 2 years later. Yeah, and see, this is a good point. Not everyone, Star Wars didn't age well for even the original trilogy, so.
But it doesn't have to. I think, like, I if you don't like any Star Wars other than the original trilogy, that's okay. You can still love the original trilogy and not like the other stuff. But it also doesn't mean that it's inherently bad because you don't like it. One thing that I learned a long time ago is that whether you like something or not doesn't make it good or bad. It's not like your opinion doesn't objectively make something of quality or not of quality. And I think that's kind of, we live in this world where I think a lot of people have sort of come to believe that their opinion matters. And I, take it with a grain of salt because this is my opinion, but like, no one cares about your opinion or my opinion, like that's kind of the reality. It's like, hey, you don't like it, that's cool, but you can also keep that to yourself and not hate on people because they like Jar Jar because they were 9 when they saw him for the first time. Like that's a weird thing that didn't happen when I was growing up. You know, you did. I mean, you get schoolyard where people are like, "Oh, you like that? That's for kids," but that's just, you know, the 11-year-olds teasing the 8-year-olds. That's not grown-up stuff. That's not how the world is supposed to work.
It's 11-year-olds and Facebook groups. That's what those are.
I mean, that's just it, right? Like, you kind of, most of us, including myself, you know, exist in these bubbles that sort of support our opinions and support our perspectives, because that's how the algorithms work and stuff like that. So you keep being told that, oh yeah, you think like us, so you start thinking everyone thinks this. No, your small little microcosm of the world thinks that, and you're being fed that same opinion because they know you'll keep clicking. You have to look outside of that to see what reality looks like. It's the Matrix, right? You have to look outside of what is being fed to you to understand what the world is really like. And it saddens me, honestly, that I you know, I see it in Victoria. I see it in the 9-year-old, where like I see her perspective bias being confirmed by the things that she sees, and she says things that I go, why do you say that? Like, what is influencing your opinion of this, or your sort of knowledge of this? And so I try to sort of show her the other side. You know, I try to play the devil's advocate sometimes, and like, because I mean, I hope she doesn't turn out to be a person that I don't like, but at the same time, I also hope that she doesn't turn out to be somebody that doesn't think critically of the world and doesn't have like logical opinions and like, you know, like unique independent thoughts, and she's just regurgitating things. So it's fascinating. It's fascinating to sort of see people's opinions of things that they don't like. But
I'm going to ask a question, because I want to say this for the experience and see if you had a similar experience, or if this goes out to the panel as well. I was one of those, you know, kids. I did sports, but I was into Dungeons and Dragons, superheroes, like all that stuff. And I was kind of shunned because I was that minority kid that was in the small group of people that was, I was an athlete, but I was into the stuff that you were looked down on. Now then you get to an adult, and what's the funniest part is all these kids I went to grade school and high school with that I'm friends with now, they're watching the stuff and they're like, yeah, man, I love Batman. Superman's freaking awesome. And I'm like, where the hell were you when I was freaking 14 with you? You said I was dumb as bricks for liking this stuff. And
not reading.
You know, exactly. It's like, it's just interesting. So
are you sure it was because what you were reading they called you dumb as bricks, though, Dre?
Well, you know, I was dumb as
I'm
bricks.
just asking for a friend.
You're asking for Dave?
Yep, I'm asking for Dave. He just messaged me.
But did you guys had that, like, where people you knew that didn't like the stuff you liked growing up, now you see them and they're suddenly loving this stuff, whatever it is?
Yeah, I think
maybe.
it's the.
I'm not friends with any of those people.
Only my older brother, but that's just an older brother thing.
True.
He's the Carl, right?
Yes, he's the Carl, exactly.
Exactly. Explains it all.
And it's spelled with a K, which is even worse.
You're a mess, Carl.
Yeah, you know, there's some people from high school who actually no, they're still not cool, so whatever. I haven't had that. They all just message me to join their MLMs. I'm like, no, bestie, you are so mean to me. I hate you.
I haven't reconnected with anybody like that, but that's largely because I haven't reconnected with anybody. I'm an introvert that would rather stay home and just hang out with my family and go to Disneyland. But I did have a similar experience, like, you know, growing up playing sports. Like, I remember when I don't know, I probably would have been 9-10 years old when there was a particular set of like Marvel trading cards that might have been a game. I can't even remember. Came out. Oh no, it was the Wildstorm cards where they had I think it was a game, but nobody really played the game. Like they had stats and stuff on the cards. And I had one kid on my hockey team that was also into it, and so he and I would like we'd get our hockey gear off, but then we'd like talk about these cards, and it was like one kid of like, you know, in years and years, and he didn't go to the same school as me or anything either, because I'm in Canada playing hockey. I was in a French immersion school, so I'm an English speaker, but you could take French as sort of like your primary language. So he was at a different school because he wasn't a French immersion. But anyway, we kind of connected by way of you know, comic book stuff. But yeah, now it's totally different. Like now it's, you know, the MCU and Star Wars and like all these nerdy IPs are mainstream, and they're driving, you know, culture forward in a weird way, which, you know, on some level I kind of resent, because it's sort of like now the jocks get to be into this too. Like that's not fair.
You took that away from us. Big Bang Theory ruined it for us, because 10 years of Big Bang Theory, it made it be a nerd. And I think that's like hugely what ruins it, because like all these guys, like you said, that or girls that were into like, no, I'm gonna do this, and suddenly now they're like toy collectors on YouTube, and they're like, hey, look what I have, look what I'm doing, or like they're just people that like you see out in the world doing stuff, and they're like the influencers for the brands, and they never collected a thing in their life.
I have a not so secret resentment for like people that like when I, you know, when I watch somebody's channel and I'm like, that guy was a jock. That guy was the captain of a football team, or a quarterback, I guess is probably the captain. I don't even know football.
Why you don't like me, Adam? That's why Adam doesn't like me. No, I was just going to apologize for all those jocks that switched over, because that's me.
I like sports. I get it. I appreciate sports and all that kind of thing. But the alpha males that were like, oh, I got an inroads here. I can be popular here because I got here before the other jocks did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I
switched because I love it. I don't give a shit who likes me or who cares about it. I just switch because I like it.
It's not a personal attack, Kenzo. Don't worry. It's nothing.
I've been on one. Ask Ed.
Kenzo's been very sensitive lately.
I saw that a long time ago. I saw it happen in with music before I saw it happen with like other things. And I found there to be like a disingenuousness to some people that kind of come into these spaces. And I'll be honest, I like all you guys, but there's a lot of people in sort of the toy collector space that I don't trust their intentions. And but that's fine. They can exist in the space. I have no problem with, rising tides, right? Rising tides float all boats. Like if I get more Star Wars because more people are interested in it, if I get more Marvel stuff because there's more people interested in it, if Thanos gets more orcs because more people are interested in it, like we all win, you know? Like prices come down because the volumes go up. Like we all win because of it. It doesn't mean I have to buy into, that. But anyway, but that's a personal thing as an introvert that got teased for a long time and whatever. I
stuck up for those guys, just so you know. I danced with the ugly girls because nobody wanted to dance with them, and I did, and I got teased for it because they're like, "What are you doing?" I go, "Dude, nobody's dancing with her. Help her out."
Yeah, throw him a bone is what you're saying.
No, but she was sick. But you know what? She was happy.
Was throwing bones all over the place.
She was happy. It was one dance. That's all it took, man. You know what? And I saw her later in life, and she told me about it, that it meant something to her. So there you go.
See, that makes a difference, though. It's good. I think that it feels good, though, doesn't it? Like that we can share this hobby. I agree with you. Like, there's a lot of people in this space I don't like. that
He
don't like
stopped
me.
her from going carry at the prom, Kenzo.
That's right.
Oh.
Right?
Dang, good reference.
What your friends don't realize, Kenzo, is that they were all about to be massacred, and that it was
And I
you that
saved them
saved
all.
Yeah.
Darn it.
And they were like, we can't jump pig's bloods on her because she's dancing with Kenny.
Well, the thing was for me though, like, no, I had just a gap. Like, I loved all this stuff when I was younger, when I was a kid. And I feel that this is my kind of like midlife crisis kind of thing. Like, I didn't go get a sports car. I went further back, and now I'm going back to my childhood and doing everything I loved as a kid, because obviously, you know, you incorporate that with whatever, you know, you want to, as far as no worries and no problems and all that good stuff. But yeah, there's a big gap there. Like probably 14 through 39 or 40. So
that long? Wow.
I never, if you see my basement, it's just Broncos, it's sports, everything is
You were
sports.
just in the closet for like 30 years.
I was a closet geek for that long. Yeah.
Yeah, my dark time was only about a decade. So that was.
Is it bad? I don't think I ever had one. I just think
it's good.
I think I honestly, the only time I think I had it was, and this will be the first time I'm ever saying this. Like, I think I only had it as maybe when I got junior, senior year of high school, because I'm just figuring out where I was. Because identity wise, it's like I was one of 4 minorities in my entire high school. So it's like you're one of the 4 Spanish kids. You don't know where you fit in, because I was not too cool to fit in with these kids. And then it's like the only people that I kind of felt safe with was my geek friends, because it's like, well, who cares what you are? You play Magic? Let's go play Magic. You like your Transformers? Let's talk Transformers. And then I get to college, and it was so a different mentality. And that now I tell my teen daughter, she tries to hide it every now and then. And I told her a few years ago, I said, don't ever hide who you are. Be you, because I would defend you. And I want you to love what you love, because nobody has a right to tell you you can't like this. And if people like what they like, let them like it. We have it here in the toy community. You don't like me? I don't care. But I like what I like. I can wear a Stitch t-shirt at almost 47 years old, and I love it. Why?
God, you're old, Dre.
I know I'm old as dirt, but I love it.
And you
I
look
live
older
it.
than I do, and I'm old.
Oh no, no, sir. I've been complimented, told I look like I'm 35, and I'll take that.
People have been lying to you.
The only reason people say it's because of grays, and I'm going to say this for having daughters. I have 2 daughters and 1 son. The son never gave me the grays. 2 daughters, and lost the hair.
I'm older than you, Dre.
You're a young man.
I got
older than you,
my beer the other day, and I was like, "Thank you, I'm flattered." And they looked at my card, and they're like, "Oh,
oh yeah, I got carded, dude. I got
You
carded
just
at
have to run the
Walmart
number.
for buying this Dead Island 2. The lady had to come to the register, and she's like, "Sir," I'm like, "You're gonna card me, miss? I'm 46. Please do. It makes me feel good." And she busted, and the lady was older than me, but it felt funny to laugh at, because I don't mind getting carded.
No, it's flattering. That again, it's sort of like one of those things where, like, the things that people get offended by. It's like
I got
they
carded
think you
last
look
year for buying
21.
alcohol or
Like, what's the?
something. And the lady looked at my ID and goes, "Wow." She never explained the wow, whether that was you look old as shit or wow, you're that old and you look that good. I wasn't sure which one it was, and she never explained it. It was just a wow.
Did she smile?
Still alive.
Exactly.
That's what I was like. I had to
Did
walk
she
out of the
smile?
store going, I don't know what that wow was for. So
If
but
she
I got my
smiled
product, it's all
afterwards,
that
it might have been a good thing.
yeah. Well, I took it as a good thing, but it could have been a bad thing because it was kind of one of those wows where you weren't really sure what they meant. Like,
You know
Just
what?
take, take the good, go positive with it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it was Joe Fest. No, what was it? Toylanta last year. We were. Where were we? It was I can't remember what it was, but it was one of the very common kind of grocery stores that you guys have that sells, beer and ciders and stuff like that.
Kroger. Albertsons.
No,
Well, this is in Georgia. So
in Georgia, so it would be Harris Teeter, maybe
Aldi's.
Aldi's.
No, it was neither of those. But
Piggly Wiggly.
But that was beside the point. we were checking out, and a friend, the guy that I went with, went to the normal checkout, and I went to self checkout, not really thinking, oh, they're gonna have to check, because the little red light comes on, and they say, oh, this one's flagged. So I scanned, my case of beer, and the light turned on. The guy comes over, and he goes, "Do you have your ID?" And I go, "Yeah, of course." And I show him my ID. And he goes, "Oh, you're older than I thought you were." And I was like, "Well, that's flattering." And he goes, "I get that too." And then we just started chatting. I was like, "Well, how old are you?" And he was like, "I'm 57 years old," or something like that. And I was like, "Dude, you look like you're 35 years old." And it was just we were both flattered.
Those good moments, right?
Mutual flattery in sort of the line to buy beer. It was just, it's just funny. Anyway,
that could be one of those Jar Man videos that are meant to make you feel better about life.
You know what? That probably was, somebody was probably filming it. Probably is a Dar Man video. Those videos are such shit. They drive me crazy.
They really are.
Well, I had it right before Allison jumped on. I was an old man in a young area where I actually did. I've done 3 TikTok lives, and I just have the thing going while I'm painting, because I'm painting anyway, right? So there was somebody on there that was like, "Well, how old are you?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm pretty old." And then she's like, 35, and I said, "Oh, you're my friend. You're such a." She's like, so I go, "No, I'm in my 40s." She goes, "Oh my, so you're as old as my dad." And I went, "Oh, that just took a turn." But as long as I look that young, I'm good. So
for one of my last birthdays where I was drinking about 2 years ago, the guy was like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to card you." I'm like, "You're not gonna get a better tip for that, sir. You will get a better tip if you keep your drinks coming, so I can get that $4 martini price during happy hour." And he just chuckled, and he kept them coming, and the tip reflected that rather than his cheap attempt at flattery. Because it's like, I know I don't look as old as I am, but I definitely don't look young enough that he needed to card me
to do that. Yeah,
like,
you know
I
what's
know where
bad?
I'm at.
You know what's bad? I was at a birthday party for my teen daughter's best friend. Her little brother was turning 7, so they invited Rory and Lana to come. So we're there, and we were playing like putt mini golf. And I remember I like my teen daughter says, she goes, hey Pop, like she likes anime too. I was like, oh, cool. So we start talking. I start mentioning some anime, and she looks at me like I have spoken completely. Like I hit like on their secret language. Like, oh no, he knows it. I'm like, don't worry, I'm not like her. I pointed to my wife. Like she doesn't like this stuff. I do. And then I started like rattling off some titles that she would be interested in. And the girl just looked at me like, you said Crunchyroll. Oh my God. And I felt so old. Like, wow, did I just stumble upon like your secret little, like you thought anime was yours? That was mine. That was mine way before you even were around. But it's just funny that I think that like Allison said, that the kids believe that something's theirs, but we had it way before them. But it's just funny. I felt like I had that old man moment. Like, man, I said something and they didn't recognize it. Like, huh?
Okay, so here's the story of the first time I ever felt old. It was not long after I moved to Oregon, and I was on the bus because when we lived in the city, I just did public transit, quicker, easier. I don't like driving, and this will tell you how long ago is. You'll figure out how long ago this was that I first felt old. Anyway, there were these 3 giggly girls at the back of the bus. And I know that they were all 13, 14, and 12 because they all talked about their ages. And the one who was 14 goes, "Oh my God, do you guys want to hear something really amazing and cool and kind of scary?" And they were like, "What?" She's like, "Okay, so like, you know that band Nirvana that's used to be really popular? My parents love them." And they're like, "Yeah, we've heard of them." She's like, "So here's this cool thing, right? My parents really love them, and I have this amazing connection to the lead singer." And I'm sitting here like, what is she about to bust out with? Because I was ready to ridicule her, and instead she's like, "I was born right when it was announced that he died." And so I died a little inside myself because she was 14. She was 14. Anyway, so yeah, that was the first time I felt old.
I did a couple days ago. It was a kid that works with us now. I guess he just turned 18. He acts like real mature though. Like he doesn't seem like he's 18. And we were talking about COVID. He's like, "Yeah, I got COVID in 7th grade." I was like, "Wait, what?" To me, it sounded like he had his years mixed up. I was like, "There's no way you could have." And I was like, "Oh yeah, you're 18." I was like, "Yeah, 7th grade." He's like, "Yeah, 7th going into 8th grade." I was like, "Holy crap!" I was like, "It's already been."
Oh my god.
Oh, no, we had a couple of those when I was teaching. We had a couple of like those we called them like they were the left back children. They should have gone and been promoted into high school and like out into the world, and they were still in middle school, like getting ready to vote. Like y'all need to go be one with the world. Like I can't. You should not be amongst my children, the babies.
They're talking about being held back and not going for a whole year of school. Crazy.
It's nuts. Vampire Hunter D was really good, and the books were really good too. The novels. You know what? Vampire Hunter D would be then what The Witcher is now, because The Witcher is that novel series, and Vampire Hunter D was a novel series that was turned into anime. And Bloodlust was like, I think, book 10 of that series. So trust me, Thanos is my other big anime fan, and Brick, if he was here, Brick would be the other one too.
I never watched any of the
Having
Witcher
actually
stuff.
an ongoing anime for that, with as popular as it's been over the years.
It's wildly popular.
Isn't there a new Netflix updated series?
No, Vampire Hunter D just did Bloodlust. There was Devil May Cry just got its new anime because there was Madhouse.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Devil May Cry did an original anime back in like 2005, which was cool. And then Madhouse did that when they were trying to pump out a bunch of series, and then they just remade that into like a newer.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like to kick off the whole video game, what they did with the last two video games, I think 4 and 5. And I mean, lots of anime are getting like Berserk. We were talking about Berserk not that long ago with Thanos on the show, and Berserk is freaking awesome.
Next month.
Well, yeah, I know you, and you are going to be here next month. I'm looking forward to you coming back because we got a whole mess of anime that we need to catch up on. Victoria, is that something you watch? I was curious. Like, what do you like? Do you watch anime or ever heard of like any shows like that? Did you ever watch Big Hero 6? The big fluffy marshmallow looking robot? He's anime. Yeah. I love that look. Like I just said something you didn't know. Yeah, he's actually anime. If you watch the movie, it's based on comic books and manga.
You like old people stuff, Victoria, so there.
It's not. I mean, that
Old people stuff.
because it's just not as easy to find and stuff. I haven't really shown her as much anime stuff.
If you ever want, just hit me up, Adam. I have a 16-year-old that she reads a lot of, like, I don't read a lot of the darker stuff like I used to. Like Berserk is probably as dark as I get, and I wouldn't recommend that for anybody below 14. But My Hero Academia is really good if you like superheroes and like kind of want that underdog story.
We tried a few. She just didn't take to it, and like honestly, with the anime format, I think is a little harder because you get that like 5 minutes that's a recap, then you get 10 minutes of show, and then you get a 5-minute like on the next episode, and it just doesn't work. I think
the newer remakes have been getting away from that, like the Kenshin remake, like it flows. It doesn't have like
I started watching that. But for us too, it's time. I mean, we just don't have as much time to watch everything. So
oh no, you got to pick it. People tell us, they're like, hey, like I had a friend of mine in our toy group on Instagram. He was like, Dre, like, dude, I don't have time to do like this, that. Like, I got kids, the wife. Like, I gotta, I'm always on the go, and then I gotta plan for my show on Fridays. And it's like, He's like, dude, you don't have time, make it. And I'm like, bro, I wish if both these kids were grown and I didn't have to worry about it.
Time, holy, making time. That's like the most. That's such a that doesn't exist. When people say, "Oh, make time,"
have no
that's
family
the one thing
and
you
lose
can't.
your job. Plenty of time. I'm rewatching all of Star Wars.
No, but it's like even still, like I love playing video games, and it's like I get maybe an hour or two every other day, and that's mostly bonding time with my son because he's in college, and my little brother, and we play together. But like, ask me to like, do you have time to open toys, dude? I got stuff that's in that closet that's been there for at least 3 years. I have not facts. I got tons of stuff here, and I wish I had that.
You could open them on the live, dude.
I could, but then I don't get to have this interaction. Like,
no, I'm just kidding.
Like I get to talk to you, like Kenzo. Like, what are you painting? Like, I've been curious to see what you're painting.
Bags and bags full of stuff.
I'm doing the new figure that came out today was Dispara, and her weapons were all wrong. And Yurko made a pack of weapons for her, and I'm painting all the sets. I made like 10 sets, and I'm gonna make 10 more.
That's awesome.
But it's just weapons.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Because I know you like to build stuff and work on stuff, and I sent this to the group and I never got any answer. Could you make me big for a sec? Because I have this Spider-Man head that I don't want to trash it, but he has a little I got it from somebody a long time ago, and he has like you can see here in the light, he has like a melted spot on the top of the dome. The rest of the head is completely fine. Like, you don't see it if you twist his head this way, but I am wanting to customize this to do Nightcrawler as Spider-Man because they did it, the Uncanny Spider-Man. And I want to know what to fill. What should I fill in this? And I'm asking anybody on this thing, like, what would you get to put in here to like do this?
Are you talking about just something that you're going to be able to make it smooth and go over it and just
you.
complete the head?
Yeah, like, see here. Let me like, if you can see it, like normal. Yeah, you can see that. You see that divot?
Yeah.
So what would I do to put in that?
Right here.
5-minute epoxy.
This stuff right here.
You can shrink me down so I can see what he's showing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. There we go.
All right.
It's too bright there. It's a 2-part. It's epoxy sculpt. It's an air dry. You use the A part, B part. You mix them up, and then you just put it in there. Use a little water, and it helps it, smooth out. And it's like a 24-hour drying, maybe a little bit less. And then after you're done, you can sand. So that way you can get that perfect little fill. Yep.
Thank you.
I used a lot of stuff. I used Milliput before, which works. I've used the green stuff, which is a little sticky for me, for my taste, but the epoxy sculpt is my favorite, and it's like $20 on Amazon.
I find the green stuff easier to sculpt without having to add as much water. But the epoxy sculpt that he showed, in my opinion, is the superior sculpting material.
Because I took the old Nightcrawler figure, and I'm using the head from that came with the Secret Wars Spider-Man, the retro carded one. So I took it because I like the eyes on this one better because it looks like it matches the comic book. And I know that you said that they're possibly releasing it, but is that going to be a general release, or is it going to be Marvel subscriber box, $100 a year figure like they did with the Iraq Knight? That's what I'd like to know.
I heard a rumor that it was coming out. I haven't seen any confirmation or anything about it. So, but I imagine it'll just be like a regular release, right?
Yeah. I mean, it looks, it's like, I think this Nightcrawler is probably the best one they've made. The X-Force one. I love this one. But I was like, I got to do something with this body because I'm not going to keep it up there. So I wanted to put the ears on it and like change the suit up a little bit.
No, Dre, this is the customer service representative in me. Did you try to heat the heck out of it? Because sometimes they'll reset. Okay.
I tried I saw a YouTube video that was like somebody took the blow dryer to it and like and then they tried to like they used hot water and then they would like took it out and then they took a blow dryer to it to see if it would like and he had like a Q-tip and they were trying to like see if it would help like push it, and they didn't do anything except make me feel like I wasted a half an hour of time. But I'm glad you guys were able.
Sometimes boiling water will actually, like, I've had it, like, I've experienced it personally too, like with figures that seem like they're like a QC issue. You put it in like actually like rolling boil, you just drop it in and you pull it out, and it's like mint again.
Shira's nose for Mondo. That's what happened. She had that big dent right in the middle, and they heated it up, and it was perfect. Yeah.
Nice. I needed that, so thank you for telling me, because like I will totally be doing that tomorrow.
Dre, you ever have any questions, man? You hit me up, brother.
Anytime. I will. Now that I know, thank you.
Anytime, man.
Yeah, he's done making fun of nerds. Now he's helping them.
Dude, I never made fun of anybody. I promise you. I promise you. You know, I can say that my most proud thing, like I was damn good in basketball.
Well, you already told us you danced with a girl.
No, my most proud was I was a chameleon, man. I fit in with the stoners. I fit in with the jocks. The only people I didn't fit in with the wrestlers, because I was a basketball player and we hated each other, and that was it. But all the other groups, like I was cool with. They just didn't like us. So I just couldn't try.
You know what? That was like, even as a nerd, that was me. Like I played sports. I was, I was friends with the party kids. Like I, snowboarded. Like did all the thing. Like did everything.
Being a chameleon is something. That's pretty cool. It's nice.
Yeah, but then high school ended, and like I never talked to any of them ever again.
Yeah.
I was just sort of like there about. But I'm okay with that. Like I'm not sort of.
I grew up in a small town.
We did our wedding list, and I was like, I'll invite my family. I'm good. That's it.
I'm friends with 2 friends.
Figure out people to invite.
Kenzo, the wrestlers hated the basketball players because they got the main gym, and the wrestlers had to go to the upstairs part of the gym. That was,
and there was always ringworm up there, and all those dudes got ringworm all the time, and we always like, and then of course they would make, you go play with your balls, ha ha, and it's like, dude, you roll around in a mat in a tight little suit with another dude. Why are you trying to make fun of me for playing with a basketball? Anyway,
I miss going to wrestling meets in high school. Thanks for reminding me, Kenza.
Yeah,
that was my favorite. That and volleyball were my favorite sports.
But what's funny is one of the wrestlers, we were roommates first year of college, and like we're still like really good friends. So that's kind of cool. After all the BS was gone, right? High school.
High school turns your friends against you, and then at the end of the
stop.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Go to bed.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I'm leaving.
Bye. It was great to see you.
Wait, I wanted to hear the tea. I wanted to hear the tea.
I know. I was ready.
Spill the tea. Spill the tea.
I was ready.
I told her like 20 minutes ago, you got to go to bed soon. She's like, yeah, I know. Then she starts talking about high school. She's 9 years old.
Let Victoria know that we'll all ride at dawn with her to take care of that old bitch Tiffany. Right, we're in. Tell Tiffany that
was she talking about the family fun night where her friends ditched her or whatever?
Ooh.
She
did not.
It was the whole thing.
Well, now we really hate Tiffany. No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm like,
where's she at? Let's go dox her. Let's go dox her.
No, we don't need to dox her. She just needs a glitterific birthday.
Yeah, glitter bomb.
Actually, Adam, did you do that at Disney? Did you have the magic moment? Because my teen, she was 14, like she had just turned 14, and we were in the Bibbidi Bobbidi boutique, and she was like, I don't want anything. Don't do this to me. And I said, oh, she would love a magic moment. And the lady came over and they put pixie dust. So they put glitter all over her hair. And she was so pissed. But it was the funniest thing because I have it on camera. And you just see her sitting there and I'm like, sweetheart, we love you. And I had to get that because I know that somewhere, somehow it will come back and she will get me with that back.
Oh, is that kind of like the It's Your Birthday at Chili's or at like Roadhouse? Yeah, okay.
Yes, gotcha. They put glitter, like they take a magic wand and then they either throw pixie dust like and this lady was super sweet, so she just sprinkled it on Lana's hair. And then Lana looked at me like, oh, he wants My stepdad wants a magic moment. I'm like, no thanks. I'm good. I'm just recording.
You're like, it's not going to go anywhere anyway except my mustache.
Exactly. I
or
said,
my
if you want
beard.
to put it,
My beard.
put it here, my beard, but on this beautiful cue ball, no thanks.
For the year 2000, for like New Year's Eve 1999 to 2000, we were at a club dancing, you know, and like we all had our bottles, each had our own bottle of champagne in our hand. Disco balls right at midnight. There's the countdown, and then Debbie Gibson, Only in My Dreams starts. I'm like, this is perfect. And then the balls of glitter began to explode and shower glitter down upon us. I swear, last week when I was in the shower, I finally got the last of the glitter out. I was like, where did that come from? Y2K, New Year's Eve.
Damn you, Y2K.
Yeah, and I can't listen to Debbie Gibson Only in My Dreams now without remembering because I saw it coming and I'm like, oh, we're toast. We're toast. That's too much glitter. And then an entire philosophy was born. And I knew how I would take my revenge upon the world.
Glitter bombs.
Just the jerks. I've never sent a glitter bomb to somebody who didn't deserve it. They just don't know it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He is Dre right under his name.
Oh, he is? Okay, cool.
Yeah. And really quick, since we've mentioned him, I am a Patreon and friend of Alpha Magnus. And I have not done a proper unboxing because the ever not happening studio. But he sent me some of his digital creations. So if you like the little Halloween buckets, Alpha Magnus makes these.
Alpha Magnus. We're still beefing. I don't know why.
You need some of these little pumpkins.
Oh, come on, Alpha Magnus. If you send those to me, I will not beef with you anymore.
Oh, and he's here.
I won't beef with you anymore. Come on, Alpha Magnus. Come on.
Well, after you guys danced at prom that time, like it just sounds like you need a Hallmark movie moment to fix it all.
It was that slow country song, you know.
You were dancing to that
Neon Moon.
Neon
Moon, baby.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was the lap dance is always better when the strippers cry.
That's a song? No,
yeah, from the blood. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Alexa, turn on video lights.
Alexa, turn them off. Oh.
Yeah. I made those for these.
Yeah,
dudes.
They're super cool. I like that the lids actually work, and that you have layers in there. Like you didn't paint the faces on this, correct? There's like an actual layer.
I modified it and got it so aside from the witch is a multi-layer print.
Yeah, these are really cool. I just because of the studio, I'm like have most of it set aside so I can do a proper photo shoot with them. Yep, and there's the witch. So they're super cool. Like, yeah, I'm just having, I don't know who has moved into a new house, and our garden, which like we're getting a lot of really nice weather, and our cucumbers and our kale exploded. So It's been all about the cucumbers and the kale. If any of you are close to me, I would be driving cucumber plants to your house because we have too many because you have to plant some not expecting some will not live.
Yeah.
And that's not what happened. So
they all made it.
Yeah. I bought 2 giant jugs of white vinegar and pickles today so that we can make some. When they all grow in, we'll be able to pickle those suckers.
I also got these guys made up. So I got the little stands for the McFarlane.
Nice.
It's just a sticker that goes on the regular stand.
Still, it's really cool.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's the best Batman symbol ever.
That's why I did it as that one. I got them on someone asked if I'm on Instagram, but yeah, it's Toby Toys, TOEBEE Toys.
That's right. The Alpha Magnus is your amazing cosplay stuff.
I'm just separating a LLC from my name, so if I get hit with some
makes sense.
some lawsuits, it's that, which needs reversed, I guess.
Yeah. No, there it is. Well, I'm bigging you again.
I'm bigging.
Yeah.
Flip it like that.
See, it took me forever to figure that out. I felt really dumb once. I'm like, why did it take so long? But I'm also the person who can't look at those hidden eye posters. I never see the hidden image.
Oh, the magic guy?
Yeah, never. Ever.
Oh.
Like that scene in Mallrats where the guy gets really mad and kicks it.
Mm-hmm.
That speaks to my
Schooner.
inner soul.
That's what Alan, real quick. He's asking what I had, and it's actually from Alan's idea. I took that Mandarin Spawn armor. Alan was talking about he was only $5 on Big Bad.
And see, if you guys don't know, Cobb just kit bashes these, and that makes it extra amazingly special. I'm joking, you guys.
Shush, Alan. Ideas came from you, Alan. You were telling me to grab that Mandarin Spawn. I got him. I ripped him all apart. He's all naked now. Got everything off.
Cool. It's cooler naked, though.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say he almost looks cooler. I think.
I like I didn't like it before. I might
that's
now
why I
buy
was
one to
just
rip it
messaging.
apart.
I was saying that to you. I was like, I think I like it better like that.
I buy a lot of McFarlane toys just to rip them apart and use them for other things.
Yeah,
That's the only way you can get me to enjoy buying anything from Todd.
Has anyone seen this thing at stores?
Oh, what is that?
Yeah, it's the Great Garloo. I found one of these Garloo figures, the actual real one, at a Walmart. This one's at a Walmart, but at a antique store, they had a Garloo. So I'm like, oh, I'll pick one of those up. That's cool. This thing's a brick. It does not move at all.
That's cool, though.
Yeah. They had them for $5. I wouldn't pay more than $5 for that.
See, and I will say this: since I don't do any of the Warhammer stuff, I can't accurately throw shade or approve of his work there. So I will give you that.
I'll throw shade for you. Get the Joy Toy, the Joy Toy line, which is the HK versions.
Yeah,
they're pricier. They're also 1/18 scale, but the 1/18 scale Warhammer stuff. Actually, the larger like guards, like in soldiers, like Titus from the game.
Yeah,
he's actually like the scale of the Scar, so he's almost like he's like 7, 8 inch tall figure.
Oh,
so they're 1/18 by regular scale, but they will run you anywhere from like $50 to like $150, depending on how popular the character is and who they are. But they are really good, and you can get them without going to Big Bad. You can get them on Amazon or Joy Toys website.
And if you want to know about it, Wraith Mace is the man with that. Check his channel. He is 100% Warhammer 40K, and he's just a cool dude, man. He's just a cool dude. Good
I
stuff.
watched a Joy Toy review by that. What is his name? The little short guy.
Lawrence?
Yeah, that guy. And
I was just kidding.
Yeah, no, I was hoping to. No, joke. I know who Lawrence is. And his broke.
She baited you, Cobb.
I did. Well, I needed.
That was good that he stated it, though.
These jokes don't tell themselves. And wait.
Everybody's so creative.
Okay.
But now that there's no children, did you add the other saying in there, Allison? What do I do?
They didn't add that one because it's got language in it, and now that I monetize, I want to. We've completely blown that out of the water tonight, anyway, so I shouldn't care. But
yeah, lies on.
I still cuss in mine a little
Sorry.
bit. It's okay.
No, I dropped a couple. I just was cautious before when Victoria was here, but I also realized a few slipped. I'm Deborah from like Dexter, except a little bit more.
They hear all of it from their mother.
And that's what she kept saying, but I still until Amanda and I have sat around at a bar having a couple drinks, smack talking people, and I hear her use that language, I'm gonna be like, want to make sure.
If you sat around with Amanda in a bar, you'd be like, yeah, there's nothing these kids have not heard.
Well, at my house, that's why everybody's like, oh, the little one. I'm like, me and her mother is far worse. I bought her a T-shirt that says "looks like a mermaid, speaks like a sailor," and
Do you guys
true?
Do any of you guys play Call of Duty?
Yes.
You said duty.
So about 10, 11 years ago. Oh shit! How far is it? 12 years ago, 13 years ago, there was a Call of Duty that had Nazi zombies.
Yes.
I don't know what it was called. I'm not a video game guy, but
Call of Duty Nazi zombies.
When I met Amanda, that game was out and all of her friends were playing it, and so we'd end up at someone's house or apartment, condo, whatever, and they would play that, and I never played. I had no interest. But for Halloween, they decided, because that's what they were playing, that they were all going to sort of collectively. I did not partake in this. I dressed up as Peter Parker. I had a Spider-Man costume underneath normal clothes. They dress up as Nazi zombies and the soldiers that fight the Nazi zombies. Amanda happened to be one of the Nazi zombies. We were walking home. She's just basically in a Nazi outfit. And we're walking down, city streets. People don't know what her costume is, and they're yelling at her like that's an inappropriate costume, and she's just like fussing at them and shouting at them. And I was like, okay, to be fair, they're not wrong. They don't know the context that you and a dozen other people had these costumes on.
She's like, wait a second, is she co-signing your story? That's my wife does the same thing. If she was awake right now, she'd be like, let me co-sign that for you. Love it.
So yes. And I mean, in fairness, like at the time, a lot of people were playing that. She was very clearly a zombie, and it was like, and in the context of the group, it made perfect sense. On the walk home, it made far less sense to people on the street.
Well, all my kid has to do is spend 10 minutes in the car with me, and he's heard everything. So I have bad road rage, let's say.
I curse in Spanish in front of her, and this is how good she's gotten. She'll know if I start saying, like, I'll be like, coño, like, hijo de su madre. She's like, Papa, you can't say that. And I'm like, wow, you caught in a different language that I'm saying bad words. Like, man, like I can't say nothing around you.
Did anyone else get a Pee-wee?
What's that? No, they didn't. I saw the box for one, but it was all beat up, and I'm not into NECA. I wish I was at times, because I saw a cool Hannibal Lecter today for $20 at Walmart on clearance.
That Hannibal Lecter's a brick. It has no articulation. But yeah, I got my Pee-wee. So is
he as cool as he looks?
This head sculpt's good. The other ones are kind of weird. I don't know what the issue is. They must have did a face scan on him and then edited the face scan instead of just starting it from scratch. Because there's weird pits and pockets on it that aren't visible on other ones. But yeah, he's worth the money, in my opinion. Just to get him.
Yeah.
It's a NECA Steve.
You hold him up again really quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he looks so cool.
That looks really good.
Yeah. This head sculpt's the best. There's 3, I think, in there, and he's got a bunch of he's got hands and stuff, but I gotta find my Akira bike because I'm gonna put him on that.
Wow, you could put him on that. That'd be cool.
Looks really good.
Your Unicron is awesome, just so you know.
Oh, thank you. I got a whole slew of stuff back there.
Can I get a picture with your bike, Alpha?
If you're expecting a quote, I'm way too tired to pull on Pee-wee quotes right now. And then I got the glow in the dark Captain Carrot.
That's cool.
Yeah. This is the third one I've got, so I'm happy about that. Did anyone else get their flip orders? Did anyone else order their flip orders?
I ordered a bunch.
Yeah. I got those as an accessory with these cats. So.
Oh yeah, Catcha or whatever.
Oh, that reminds me. I did get some other stuff. Let me grab it real quick.
I wish they had a Catcha bot pack. I went so far as to message Hatter and ask him, can you add that? Because I wanted one of each. I wanted like one of each color of the cat bot, but alas, it did not. Did not.
Yeah, it's
happen.
weird. It's weird that you didn't do that because there were like 15 colors.
Yeah, I didn't need that many flip ores, but I did want that many cat bots.
Yeah, I got a flip ore, a flaker, which I'm doing a flaker cosplay.
Nice.
And then the two flip bots.
You got that glow in the dark one, and then flaker or whatever, and then a regular. I think I got 3.
I just got the one. I just got the glow in the dark.
Now that glow in the dark, you got to get glow in the dark if it's an option. Like, have to.
That's literally. I mean, it's not glow in the dark, but I finally got Crystar just because it's translucent.
Yeah, we are creatures of the same ilk.
You know what I realized? I think it's so. I ordered Force Ghost Jesus too, but both that one and I think my Flip War stuff. I think I'm having it shipped to Jason, so I might get them at Joe Fest. I don't know.
That's too bright. I did find these in store. They are the Bandai. I gotta get a better place to put this light there.
Bush League, bro. Bush League. Oh.
I kind of just threw this together. It's the Bandai Meteorbs type thing, but
Nice.
these ones turn into Godzilla characters.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Those are in store, Alpha?
I found them at Target in the
cool.
electronics. It feels like each store got one of each.
Dude, I want that. I
Yeah.
love that. I love kaiju.
Well, I shouldn't show you that. Actually, I did print this out this week. Ugh.
Not a boy. That's a print.
That is awesome.
What'd you print with? What'd you print that with?
Like the printer?
Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's a A1 bamboo.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
God.
I retired all my enders. Done with those things. Then I got Mecha Godzilla, who's another great egg.
Those look so cool.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess I'm never getting those because they're Japanese exclusives, and then just found them at Target. So there.
That's like the perfect desk toy.
Yeah, I've messed with these so much. The best part of this guy is that you could do the flight mode. So they were thinking.
I'm gonna have to go shopping tomorrow and see if they find those now. Are they like in a box? Like how did you find them?
It's like a little
like a blister
thing this big. It's a blister in a case. They, as I said, I found one at every store.
Wow.
So
Found Jesus.
Yeah,
that looks awesome.
There's go. Oh, Comic-Con Jesus. Yeah, I got a Godzilla. He's the best one.
I don't know if I showed this off yet on a Saturday.
That looks cool. Is that what it is?
Allison, you want this?
That's pretty cool.
It's got the logo on it and everything.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I haven't
That's
messed
the
with it since I put it together, but
That's the only part of Earth I want in the new movie. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's Queen Marlena's ship from when she lands on Eternia.
We need more of those. They need more. I need a second one because I'm mad at Marvel Legends for only giving me one blast effect for him.
I'm also in the
did anybody else get any of these retro mini comic?
Yeah, I just got ROM.
Yeah,
I got the Adam Warlock.
The comic book, the little like mini, not to scale but sort of in scale comic book that it comes with. They sculpted the staples onto the side.
It's a nice touch.
I expected this to just be like, visually like, oh, okay, cool. It looks like a little comic book, but they actually like sculpted it like it's folded, that there's a seam on it, and it's got little staples sculpted in. You're not going to be able to see it. I'm not going to be able to show you, but like that's they
really
did a
cool.
good job on that part.
Is that Ashmore?
Yeah.
I have the Ultimate Iron Man. I think he looks awesome.
Thank you, Adam, by the way.
And Dre, this is the last one. It's Mothra. So pops open, and you get 2. I got 2. So
that looks rad. I love that, dude. Now I'm gonna have to hunt for that tomorrow.
Yeah, and I flipped these around. These wings are supposed to be like on this side, but it looked real ugly. I want it like that. So
it looks better like that.
Yeah, it's 3 screws on each wing, so it's not like terrible if you wanted to do it. Yeah, and they weirdly mate here. That's how they got it.
Hello, nurse.
Yeah. Isn't that your kid? That's weird.
I know.
But yeah, definitely look for these. These are going in my Motu collection.
I love those comics. I swear I had Ultimate Iron Man and I can't find him because I think that's one of the best figures besides ROM in that wave.
Yeah, that ROM is so huge.
But here, my problem is, why would you give me one blast effect? Give him 2 guns, and you can't find a second. I can find Ultimate Iron Man and Ultimate Miles everywhere.
Stay tuned. Maximum Series ROM.
Dude, facts. Give me this with more accessories.
You're gonna get one more blast effect. It's $50.
Exactly, $50. Bet.
Worth it.
Yeah. Get me started on that Maximum Series crap.
Which one?
The Maximum Hulk. Did anybody actually get it?
I have mine coming. It'll be here, I think, Wednesday or Thursday from Amazon because they just shipped my black. What was it? The black costume Spider-Man, Peter Parker, from the movie.
Bully McGuire.
Yeah, because I only like the Spider-Man stuff. I wanted I pre-ordered the entire 6. I didn't want 2 other ones. I mean, because I collect Spider-Man. Like, I have tons of Spider-Man stuff. But I didn't want 2 of the figures because I felt they were just redundant in the collection. That Secret Wars is one of my favorites. But this is out of them all, this is my favorite. Boricua suit. Best figure. Biased because I'm Puerto Rican, yes, and biased I love Spider-Man, but damn it, they gave me a twofer in this figure, so they knew they were taking my money. And we needed a Felicia Hardy. We needed a better Black Cat because I'm sorry, I don't think the last one they made us, the retro card one, was good. This one I think is the best one.
So I want to start like a movement. Has anyone else purchased Blockies?
Yeah, but that looks really cool.
They're little model kits that you build Transformer guys. They have 2 of them. Sesame. Yeah, they got Sesame Street and a bunch of stuff. I want them to make Battle Beasts.
Ooh.
Desperately want Battle Beasts because they have a smaller line that's like this big, and that would be perfect for Battle Beasts. So like, I don't know who I got to get a hold of at blockies.com, but
It's
You tell them.
it's a Taiwanese based company, I think.
.tw.
Makes sense.
I gotta get them on that because they could just print out. They have like 150 Battle Beasts they could make.
Apparently they have a. So the licenses that they release in North America is like a fraction of the licenses that they have in Asia.
You can look at AliExpress. They have a ton of Toku and stuff like that. The Sesame Street ones are way too big though because they're meant actually for kids to play with. I saw them. They're like this big. They're almost the size of NECA ones.
So wait, you're telling me that there's tokusatsu stuff that Blocky does? Because if you're telling me, I'm a huge tokusatsu fan.
Yeah,
we actually do that on our
Kamen
show.
Rider, Ultraman.
Get the fuck out of here!
I can't remember what the other. They have another one that's
ton of licenses.
See, Adam and Alpha, I don't love you guys no more. We can't be friends now because my wallet and my wife are gonna make me sleep down here now. Because damn it, I collect Kamen Rider and I collect Ultraman, and oof.
Yeah,
I used to have those. Those used to be like the pocket figures I would take with me to school. Those little Battle Beasts.
That Battle Beast exactly is the same size of their small line. I can't remember what they call them. These are like their $5 to $10 versions, depending on where you go. But they have a really tiny $3 one. That's
Danos, do you have how many do you have?
I don't know, like 6, 8, 7. Yeah.
I used to have nearly the entire thing, and some kid at school stole them because I had them in a bag. I was a stupid kid.
So
somewhere around here, I have the shark vehicle too. I don't remember where I put it.
Wait a second. I'm old and I don't remember. They had a vehicle for them too?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they had a bunch of little like vehicles that folded out into play sets, and they were pretty cool.
Man, I wish I remembered those.
I finally got this guy, the final Turtles of Grayskull. It's I had almost every single exclusive get canceled on me, and I think Kenzo got me Merman. I never saw that ever. Yeah, pain in the butt. Well, they're done. So yeah, so
you can't find any exclusives.
Yeah. So I bought an extra pizza thrower, and I've got an extra turtle van.
Say that again, Cobb, real quick.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, mine is on order from Big Bad still. It's massive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna do. Is that I love that.
I got that other Allison.
Oh yeah, that was when. Okay, so this is when you were showing me last night.
Yeah, I like him all done up with the Tila staff and that cake from the Bone Throne.
Yeah. And what is that? That's just the Viper?
Yeah. So for something underneath, he has that foot soldier armor on top, but other than that, just those two.
It pops actually. That gold pops.
Yeah. That's
what I'm saying. It matches his belt and bracers and everything so perfect. So
not to be rude to Mattel, but that looks a lot better than several of the kids.
Hire Cobb.
Sorry.
Mattel, hire my boy.
If you're watching.
Exactly. Hire him. He knows what he's doing.
Like, literally, like
that looks so cool.
And you've got
it's all their parts, they have them.
No vision though. No
they
vision.
did that video for the fan thing where they were showing them sort of backstage or whatever, like mixing and matching parts to come up with characters. So it's like literally I think, and you know, I don't work in Mattel, so obviously I know better how to run a toy business. But I really think they should do the how they did the create a character thing in the 80s.
Yep.
But instead of doing it where you create, like, you know, that kid created the fearless photog or whatever. But instead of that, like, literally just have people mix and match their snake men to create new snake men.
Are we counting the fearless photog in the? It has to be created for origins, or it's not complete.
No.
No.
No. I just mean that I would like for them to take all.
But the existing.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, I mean,
I you know, like
they got to do
I would
movie
like
verse too, and they're.
I would like him. I would like the rest of the Lost Wave from 1988 with, like, we're still waiting on Plasma and Strobo.
Yep.
I would really like both of those, but I don't. But also, I'm not in any rush. I know a lot of people are, but I don't. If it takes them 3 more years to complete the last of the vintage figures, I'm fine. I like sort of the cadence they've fallen into this year, where it's like a vintage character, and then the next month it's somebody new, and who's kind of a deep dive that you really couldn't get away with that retail. Like, I sort of like that they're doing that. And I know there are people who are just ready to be done, but I like that Origins we keep. Although I would like if they did a create a character and they're like, here are all the pieces of the Snake Men, make them, you know, make something cool, and we'll pick the coolest ones and make them or whatever. I would really. I would like them to sort of continue this model where it's like 1 month, like this month we got Despara, and then next month we get, say, Dragstore, and then the month after we get a cartoon collection deep dive, month after somebody else, and then the month after vintage. I'm not in a rush.
I need a Plundor.
You know, I want I feel like, speaking moistly, you 100% are. You know, if they released him in Origins, I would buy him. Like, I don't despise the character, but I've also redesigned him. So
I hope they have the presence of mind to he's the final. Like, they already have him tooled, and when
Yes,
it's done,
that'd be awesome.
he goes into production.
That would be amazing, and he has the date on him of when it was supposed to end.
Well, yeah,
no, he should have a date on him that the line is canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you should have the date
like,
on
not
him.
that it was predicted, but like the actual, like, this is it. Here's the release date for this figure, and that's it.
And by the way, you were wrong. You were way wrong.
But here's what would be really cool is if they did that, they would have to get a trademark on Mighty Spector.
Well, they could spell it differently or something like.
No, like, because
don't they already own it?
They technically currently right now have the trademark for Mighty Spector, but it will expire pretty soon, based on the last time I looked it up.
But if they use it, it extends.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm going to assume some people are waiting for it to expire so that they can use it.
Make it glow in the dark and call it the Mighty Night Light.
Well, here's what's really cool though, right? So, and Alpha Magnus is aware. Fusera T, the unreleased third wave, there was a character in it called Spector that was a glow in the dark skeleton.
I got those around here somewhere. But
so in my headcanon, and we all know how people love headcanon, but in my headcanon, Lieutenant Spector was a member of the Royal Guard who became Mighty Spector, and then he gets killed and he comes back as Spector. And I did redesign him so he looks more like a Mochi character. So, but
what if you thought of a company did that, like with a box, like they sold you, like, hey, it's $50. We put in parts, and you create a character.
I would love that.
Would you do that?
I would. Well,
how many parts are in the box
right now?
Enough to build a character, like I guess, like enough to build. Like you could select, like I would do like kind of how Mythic Legions did it. Like you could buy like barbarian parts, you could buy like snake parts, you could buy beast parts. Like you generalize like what the sets could be, and then like maybe mix and match and make like a character of your own creation. That would be kind of cool. Like how people do with Mythics, they'll take barbarian arms, orc legs, a dwarf head, and suddenly paint it and make it look all pretty, and boom, there's your character. I think Marvel Legends should do something like that too, where like, hey, give me different parts, like a mutant and a regular superhero and make it male or female, and you can have a whole awesome creative figure line. That would be awesome. And I just, from the people on this panel, seeing what you can do, imagine $50. I would do it.
We've given up already. We bought our printers. We make our own now.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about that stuff, You don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean,
and honestly, Gray, I tried that at the beginning of my live streams where I was like, I got all these parts, and but 9 times out of 10, everybody's like, I can't paint. Are you gonna paint them? So then I had to change to painted parts because nobody wants to paint. Not nobody, but like 80% of the chat doesn't want to paint. And at the same time, I'm kind of good at it, so it's kind of nice to get something that's done by someone who's okay at painting. So it's kind of hard. But if there was like a whole thing or something, but parts is hard.
But see, you're actually good at this because you and Alpha and others like Dave have the ability of purchasing the printer and the skill to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't 3D print. I have no skill at doing that. But you guys can do that and give me parts or provide that, and I can do something fun.
Yeah.
But I wish I had
that with Barbie right now. They release it's like $100, but you get 3 Barbie doll bodies.
Yeah.
And different heads, a bunch of different fashions, so that you can mix and match and create.
So
I mean, for Motu it would be cheaper, but it would also need to be again, like Kenny says, not everyone can paint.
I
Some
also
of us still choose to paint, even though we can't really paint.
So
but that's a different story.
This is a case in point that I like to put. This is a Thomas the Tank Engine face. I made it for the Astro Train from Transformers. I tried to sell this, but in order to do it, I had to paint it. So what I did was I redesigned it from scratch to be a 3-color piece. So I could just print 3 colors and slap them together. And like I sell them for like $5. It's nothing crazy. It's a goofy little gimmick, but you can't. No mass company is going to be like, here's stuff to paint. McFarlane tried it with their Warhammer.
Even Funko did that
still
DIY,
find those,
right?
Yeah, I still find those at Ross all the time because nobody bought them. Yeah.
I think the idea with the Warhammer was people were already painting the minis, so it seemed like, maybe they'll want to paint the action figure.
No.
And they did that with a couple of characters too, like Robin. They did that with the artist Bruce Robin. They did it with the other character that they did, the Ghost character that looked awesome. Like he was like a ninja character from like the current Batman line. That was like a villain. That was like a villain turned hero. They did that like art, like they called them. I think it was artist proof McFarlane's, and I was like, yeah, that looks cool, but someone like me who has rheumatoid arthritis, I'm not picking up a paintbrush and trying to paint. So unless I'm giving it to one of my friends to do it, it falls on deaf ears for me.
Yeah, that's why I personally think that the packs that the Motu people have been putting out are a little annoying because they are like concentrating too much on paint apps, and it's like I don't want paint apps on those. That 4-pack, aside from the Paragon guy who's kind of cool, everybody else on there should have just been one solid color, and then we can do what we want with it. Instead, now you got to strip the paint off of those.
But 99 out of 100 people that are going to order that
are going to be happy with it. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They should make
the
colors make sense, not just be like, let's just throw up, have a character that's literally 50-50 paint apps. What the hell? Like that one that's split in 2. Like that's like new parts. What are you guys doing over here? I don't know.
We had when we
I like that other Snake Man pack they did before.
When we did the Kickstarter, there were people that were like, "Oh, you should do a blank buck," and we were like, And when I say we, I said no because I've spoken to other people that basically said you never make back your investment on that, because you have to do a whole production run of them. People think, oh, you just make however many people ask for or whatever. It's like, no, you still, that's still a SKU. You still have to do a production run of it, and it's the least. It's a niche item within a niche market, within like a niche IP. It's like it doesn't make sense.
You're talking about AWOC, right?
No, I'm talking about Space Zombies from Mars.
Oh, Space Zombies? Well, whatever. RIP. Sorry, you guys had that issue go down.
No, that's
too.
fine. I'm
Yeah.
not bothered by it.
I ordered something for
and I went added a
AWOC
couple
is the same.
figures.
People were like, "Oh, just do a blank," and it was like, "Well, I mean, if there's one that has enough paint apps that people can still use it as a figure, that'll still sell 10 to 1 to a blank buck."
I was talking to some people about that, and I'm like, if they'd have just released that bird and just been like, here's all of the bird parts in different colors, I would have bought every single color that they had.
Mm-hmm.
And just the bird parts and swapped them out. I had bought like 15 of that main figure just to do that, just so I didn't have to paint it. I'm still one of the people who's really mad that I found out about Gothotropolis long after it was impossible to get. So
well, but that's, I mean, you know, if you want bird parts in different colors,
that's what I'm saying.
Stay tuned.
Okay, because I've been kind of asking. I can't remember his name. I forget names like crazy.
Well, once you have a mold for something, right? Like it makes sense financially to put it out in every.
Who's the curly-haired gentleman that works for them? That's the owner operator.
Jason.
Is it Jason? Okay, I forget names unless you have a name tag. I forget names. That's why I like.
Yeah.
That's why I like this, because it's got everybody's name on there.
The employees are me and Jason. So.
Yeah. So Jason, I was talking to him at Toylanta, the last one. Yeah. And I've talked to him at other ones too. And I'm like showing him bird pictures. Like, this is a kingfisher. It's another one. You should do this one. Like, yeah. So
the list is long. That's the. Yeah, I mean, but but it's a minimum order quantity thing, and it's one of those things where,
I mean, you're set with a blue jay for the minstrel. Like, that's just a repaint, pretty much, isn't it? Like, yeah. That's that's what I was saying. I was sending him those, like, here's a bunch of these.
Beasts. I mean, Alpha Costanza. You know, I got a good case for you on LA Law.
But this goes back. It's so the one another sort of recent example of the same argument of, like, give them all to me now. Is Dreadnoks with the G.I. Joe classifieds, right? Like when Zartan came out, all the G.I. Joe fans were like, okay, now give me, Zartan, give me Zarana, give me, like Monkey Wrench, and I'm forgetting all the names, but like, just give me give me 10 Dreadnoks in the next wave. But if they do that, then if you're just a Dreadnoks guy or girl, you're done. And so you're not going to buy anything in the meantime.
Well, that's true for any of them. If a person is going to purchase 10 figures,
but it's also the case, and this is the part that it doesn't always get talked about. If we did a whole wave of birds, let's say that we did a Gothtropolis type thing, we did 12 birds.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend that, but yeah.
No. But I mean, but the lead time on doing 12 birds, because you have one mold to do all those birds.
You can't do that.
So the lead time to produce 12 SKUs that use the same mold 12 times is 12 times longer than a wave of 12 different figures.
That's
where
why
you're
Marvel
using
Legends
one
does it the
mold
way
at
they
a
do.
time, because the mold can only be used for one thing at a time. So when people get like really hung up on like, well, why don't they give us this and you're not that person. Don't worry. I'm not, you're a very reasonable person.
Adam is attacking people tonight personally. Just so
yeah,
you know.
I'm just going off today. I haven't done a video in like 2 months. I'm just like got all this pent up.
You're the angry Canadian.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you do a bird in every wave, then the bird fans are excited for every wave. They're also
two separate molds, right? For that.
Well, there's different parts. So the
corvid
wings
and then
there's different. I'm just trying to think of the 3 birds that we're doing. There's more than. So molds are actually mold plates. So there's a misconception that like one figure is like a whole mold, but they're all
the intertwined mix.
Yeah, they're mold plates make up a mold, and there's multiple mold plates per figure basically. But you can only use one mold plate. Like you can't make 2 figures at the same time if they use the same mold plate.
Yeah.
So
I'm in the Transformers world, and it's real fun trying to because how they do it.
It's the same. It's the exact same. Yeah, it's like, I've seen that arm before. I've seen that leg before.
This guy, if they wanted to recolor him and give him a different head, they would just every mold, no matter what color, has 2 different heads, and they just throw the other one out or recycle it or something. That's that makes sense. But yeah, I'm very excited about those birds. There was another thing on that. Oh, the lizards. I like the lizards too. On that.
Yes.
Yeah.
The lizards are going to be good.
It's all your fault, man. I ordered a bunch of those AWOCs at the end because then, like, when we backed it, and then at the end, you guys sent us this whole list of stuff. They're like, well, now that you backed it, you can order all this. I'm like, oh, shit. So I think I ordered a ton of stuff. I can't wait.
A lot of people did.
Nice. Now that I'm broke, it's kind of nice. I already paid for it.
Well, that's just it. A lot of people are going to get packages for the next 2 years.
That's awesome.
You're like, I don't remember ordering this. And we're like, surprise.
Yeah. I was very glad to get that flip ore in because that one was worrying me a lot. I was like, man, this is going to get like 145% tariff. Jesus Christ.
Or just because it has ace in it. Sorry. Did I say that out loud? Shit. Sorry. My bad.
The tariff thing is... It's that's
hopefully Ace doesn't come in and yell at me. No.
But I gave one of these to Mega J because he was at the ramen booth. It's my Brave Star stand for the Marshall as I drop it, and he's just like, thanks. I'm like, I can make them. You guys can't.
It's true.
Yeah. I'll get hit with a cease and desist one of these days.
Now we're not big enough, dude. Only when you like.
Yeah, you won't.
You know how many Nike like sports jerseys and helmets I made, and actually they went to players for the organization, and they're like, "This, we don't care about you, small time."
Yeah. The McDonald's buckets are the ones that are.
Those are dope, dude. Those are so cool.
Yeah. Well, I looked at. I don't even own the rights to those buckets. That's why they can't reprint them.
Right.
That's how stupid that is. So I can think I'm safe.
Nice.
So what else is on the docket?
Yeah, Allison, show us stuff. You're the boss.
I made
tonight.
this. I made a Sunny from.
Oh yeah.
It's a dummy 13. Yeah, but I made the Sunny version. I gotta shrink it down though. This one's too big. I got a whole Alan Tudyk collection back here of action figures.
This ROM is fantastic.
Yes.
They've done some stuff here that's like really, really cool. I didn't realize because I don't know the character at all.
Yeah, I barely.
But he doesn't really have hands. He has like mitts.
Yeah.
But there's still fingers in there. Like it looks like a mitt.
Of the weird old Marvel characters that were kind of from other things, this one and the Magnus Robot Fighter are the two that I was never expecting to get. So getting one is nice.
But it seems to me that there's so much unique tooling here.
So with
like
that,
a surprising amount.
They're probably going to do like 3 versions of this because there were bad guys and stuff that there were, but I feel like they're definitely going to give us different repaints. So this one's probably This one's probably just the comics version. Then you're probably
It'll
going
be
to
like
get
a
a
cell
cell
shaded
shaded
and a bad guy or something.
Yeah, cell shaded, and then probably I don't know, maximum chrome or something, because he's supposed to be chrome. So
Yeah.
the old, if you look at the old toy.
I was worried. So from a lot of Marvel Legends, they give you that weird pearly. Mattel still does it, right? With the Masterverse stuff, you still get that pearly plastic that has the swirls in it. And
pearlescent.
stuff.
Yeah.
There's none of that with this. Like it's I don't know if it's different plastic or if it's painted or what. But
it's silver is the easiest to not have that problem with.
Yeah.
But I see some. Like I got a little bit right there. It's a little, you can't see it on the camera, but there's a little bit of a swirl there. But it's pretty amazing. What's amazing is you can't tell the difference in plastic color. So there's like 3 different kinds of plastic on this thing, and they look exactly the same throughout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you bend, if you bend the elbows and the knees enough, you see that there's definitely paint on this figure, but it's not just molded and then thrown together. But yeah, it's very, very nicely done.
And then
for a character that I'd never heard of.
Yeah, well, Rom is one too that I think is of this era of like it was a toy that they needed to make a show for or a comic.
Well, this is what I opened tonight.
Yeah,
2 characters that I have I don't know who these are, but when I heard enough people talk well enough about these characters, and I was like, "Oh, translucent and a robot, like I can get into these."
Yeah. Look up Magnus Robot Fighter is another one of those ones where you're like, "What the hell is this?" It's like a guy that punches robots. Doesn't make any damn sense. The other one, the one that I really want from Marvel is I want them to do a HasLab of Marvel Godzilla. I would be down for that. And there's so many Godzilla weirdos that would buy it. There's a whole world of Godzilla.
Dude, Ray's not here to defend himself. Come on.
Yeah. Because that is one of those ones where like you're never gonna get that toy unless Hasbro makes it right now. I think they made the cartoon one. Mondo did with Godzuki and all those other ones. But yeah, the Marvel Godzilla, you never see that.
I watched a lot of that cartoon with Godzuki as a child, and then I tried to rewatch it as an adult, and
it's unwatchable. No,
it's extremely unwatchable. It's so bad.
A lot of the shows.
Sorry,
I don't know if you saw this one, Adam, but
I mean, I wish that. I mean, that's still being worked on. The elephant's still being worked on. So. I mean, if there's ever one made, I will own it, but I don't know if it'll ever be a mass produced figure. Maybe a test shot. Maybe we'll try to convince somebody to make a test shot. But I don't.
The elephant?
I don't see that one. The elephant in a glow in the dark translucent.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Would there be a way to just do say paint apps for glow in the dark? That wouldn't be.
I think that's what this is. I think this is just like frosted on it, because there's parts that shouldn't be glowing that are.
Yeah, so if a figure is opaque and it glows in the dark, it's probably painted. It's treatment. The problem is that treatment doesn't last. So if you charge it and then it glows, and then you charge it and then it glows, like you only get so many cycles of it glowing before the paint basically just loses its. I don't know what the science behind it is, but it doesn't work forever. Whereas if you pack the plastic full of the powder, to the best of my knowledge, it pretty much will glow indefinitely.
So have you? I know Alpha Magnus, you do the other style of printer, but so this Sunlu, I know Sunlu makes the PLA also, but this Sunlu released a $30 glow in the dark resin, and they have blue, they have the red is of course it's pink, and then they have a green, which for $30 normally you have to get that Ceratech stuff that's like 60, but here it's so thick and clumpy, it's so odd looking, but it prints great. So, wow.
I bought a resin printer, and just like tattooing, it takes way too much to clean up and to deal with. I'm just like, I don't have that part of my brain would be rotted away because I would not clean up the resin enough.
And for me, you would think it'd be that way too. I'm surprised I actually do. Like, I enjoy it so much.
I also bought a crap one. It was like back then I was like Creality all the way, and they had one, and it was terrible. I think it's the same one that Corey has.
Oh, okay. Smaller one. Then, huh?
Yeah, it's just a little tiny guy.
Gotcha. The difference might be the amount of glow in the dark that they put in it.
Well, and it's so weird. I've never had a consistency of that type of resin. Like when you put it in and you drop it, like it won't. Like I mixed it. I actually put about 30% clear, so I can actually get some kind of flow. If not, it just goes. But if the thing goes down, it flattens it and it doesn't cause it to like have any kind of problem. But
elasticizer in it or something.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. But it's so far so good, and they glow really well. So kind of crazy.
Yeah. I use the FDM printers, but after getting this Bamboo Labs, I'm sticking with these nicer ones because this wasn't even that expensive. But like, I would spend 2 hours trying to get my stupid ender to work. Drive me nuts. This thing's.
I have an Elegoo Neptune Pro 3, and I haven't even used it yet. I'm kind of like the opposite to her, like that shit. I'm looking at it like this looks so like, and Alpha Flicked is always telling me, dude, just call me. I'll walk you through it. It'll be easy. And I'm like, okay, but it's still all new to me, so I haven't actually used it yet. So
I actually have to get another one because the buckets, which are currently printing right over here.
Nice.
You can see the buckets. I keep getting more orders for those, so I've got to up the.
Add to the.
I'm like 30 behind now because I got to thank Robo for that from the Robo Don't Know. He put a link, he did all that stuff, and it just all of a sudden all of them are gone the next day.
That's a beautiful problem to have, ain't it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, and Dre, he was making fun of you.
Who?
Alpha Magnus. He said there's a bunch of weirdo Godzilla fans. And I said Dre's not even here to defend himself.
I said us. Okay, hold on.
Just kidding.
If there was a HasLab of Marvel Godzilla, comic old,
I would probably donate to it because
every Godzilla fan would. Everyone does. We're stupid like that.
I didn't go for like the Giant Man because it just
like 20 targets to get these stupid things. I will definitely.
Oh no! And the thing that drives me nuts is like you don't really find the Bandai stuff that like the SH Monster arts. Mm-hmm. Like I saw it at Target once, and I had to drive to a Target that's on the border of South Carolina and North Carolina.
We have a 2-story Target out here, and that's the one I always go to whenever I'm looking for this stuff. It was an old Walmart that like closed for some reason, and it had 2 stories. You can like walk your cart up, and it'll like carry it up there with you.
That's Raleigh Durham. Like when I go out to, when I used to go to GalaxyCon, their Target was like where we would stay near the hotel where we were at. They had like the Target nearby, and like my littlest one, she would always be she's like, wow, like because you had like the cart escalator and you had the regular people escalator. And I wish I could find more of those monster arts because Target actually doesn't gouge you as much as like, and I know mom and pops. I love the mom and pop shops. I shop at an LCS. I love them, but I can't afford a $25 markup anymore.
Honestly, the mom and pops aren't half as bad as a Big Bad Toy Store is on Bandai stuff.
Oh yeah, that's why I go through Toyco.
Double the price.
I go through Toyco now, and I have all my Monster Art stuff pre-ordered. Like I did the -1 that he's doing the re-release for because I missed the first round. And if you try to get that first release -1 Godzilla Monster Art, it's like a $400 figure now. But he got a re-release for like $150, and I was like, yes, please, I want that.
Well, wouldn't it cool though, Alpha Magnus? I know, like when you're talking about some of the Motu stuff, and you're kind of asking me, like, because I was finding a lot of it, but even though you went to like every one, wasn't it cool to actually get home and be like, damn, I actually scored? You know, I had to go to all these ones, but I actually scored some shit.
So the fun
It's
part
rare.
is since I'm unemployed right now, I've been doing stuff through Angie's List, Handy, whatever that app is called, and I have to like. It's unlike my last job where they would route you sensibly. I'm going like an hour this way, an hour that way. I'm all over the place. So I'm like, is there a Target nearby? Might as well make this worth my while. I picked up a bunch of the O-ring bats for someone on the Geek Dead Life server. Like, might as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So then now I'm looking for that stupid cyborg Superman, since no one decided to put a pre-order up except for
that new one.
Yeah, aside from GameStop, who sold it out in 3 minutes. So
that looks really cool, man. The color on that, it's seriously like Twad stepped his game up for like since he's losing it, right? Because that one looks so good, man.
I'm so biased. I have to show Todd is cheeks, and I'm going to say here's the reason why he's cheeks. Give me a minute. And the only reason I say that's because of what I'm about to show you all.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying this last figure looked really good. The Superman looked good. Like, I don't know. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, the cyborg one. Well, actually, that's the weird thing is this is still like one of my favorite characters. I own this 3 times.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like,
well, the one I got before with the cyborg Superman, he has that weird. I got the platinum one where it's the big one.
Yeah.
But then the one that just dropped is freaking far beyond better.
Yeah. What is that? $60 to $80?
No, 100 and this was 100
and no. That's all I gotta tell you. 25.
Let me explain my point. And this is where I've gotten some hate from people in the community because I defend this logic.
Here we go.
I used to always grab $25 McFarlanes. I used to love them. I would grab Marvel Legends when they were $24. I had a bunch of figures that eventually had multiple versions of that figure or reissues of that figure. So I said, I'm not enjoying collecting. So I stopped for a while. I then said, if I'm going to invest in my collecting, and when you have kids, it's a lot harder. But I said, I'd rather spend the cost of 4 figures in one good best vinyl version. And I saw the Cyborg Superman.
It looks good.
And it's okay. But then Mafex that gets the actual DC comic book version, I was like, this was worth $100. Now you can wait on Amazon if you want. You can get it for like $70 on Amazon. And I think that's a good deal.
I think I'll get it for 25.
And no. And again, I'm not criticizing you or any collector that does it. I think that's awesome if that's the style of that you want. You have to look at.
If you want that crap, then go. No, hey, honestly though, here, Dre. Here's the thing. I think that's a great thing because you're collecting what you like, and that's
exactly.
All. That's all.
That's what I'm saying. I think Alpha, you do the same thing.
Here's the difference with Alpha and myself. We like to take parts off and customize shit and paint stuff. I would not paint a $200 figure to make it look better or whatever, even if I, wanted to, because I'm like, screw that, I ain't touching it. But with these, I can.
Kenzo, aside from those big, I know you bought the Scareglows,
the Mondo
from Mondo.
Yeah.
Do you have any other Mondo figures?
Unfortunately, I have too many. Yeah, I got. Okay. Yeah,
I have one.
That's it. I shouldn't have bought those. It was a bad time in my life. No, I'm just kidding. I got the Goddess coming, and I have Evelyn coming. Yeah. Those are like gonna be fire. Yeah. I got the Tila, I got the Sorceress, I got the She-Ra, He-Man, 3 different Skeletors, Beastman, 2 Trap Jaws. It's bad. I'm done with Mondo, though. I am done with Mondo.
I collect Prince Adam figures.
Nice.
And
that's a good one.
That's the only one I got. That's it. I'm good.
Good.
I cosplay Prince Adam. I have to shave my face, but it's just one of those deals. It's like,
No, I agree. That's why I'm saying I just like to give both sides of it because I've been the collector that collects both sides of it. Like, yeah, I have ROM. This is gonna be
Anybody
probably the
that
best
tries to
version of
talk
ROM.
down on you for that is whatever, because
And,
like,
and I've
that's what
no,
you like to do.
No, because this is what I've been called.
It's your money. I
Dre
don't give a
has his
shit.
nose up in the air, and I far be it from me. I've been poorer than dirt, having nothing, and living out of a duffel bag. So I know what it's like to be not having any money and not having nothing. And when I invest, it's like, to me, I want to have a good version. And like McFarlane, I'm not gonna lie, like I actually stumbled across a bunch of my old McFarlanes that were actually hidden with her toys, with my littlest ones. And I liked, there was 4 he did that I've kept. The Constantine Page Puncher, which is probably the best Constantine figure
I like that one.
you're gonna get. I think the magic effects on it are fantastic. The War World Superman, probably the best Superman figure he's made. And anybody can argue that if they're a Superman fan, I think that figure looks amazing. It can go as a gladiator figure if you want to like do more mythic style and fantasy, or if you're wanting to go more superhero, it just looks really dope. The Blue Beetle figure, because we haven't gotten a better Blue Beetle anywhere else, and
I got a bunch of him at Ross.
And the Terry McGinnis Batman Beyond updated, where the cowl is completely, there's no mouth. So it's just like it's like the comic book, the neo gothic one. And I think that those are like the best ones.
Beastmaster, those guys on Beastmaster that put you in their wings and like disintegrate you, because they don't have a mouth like that. That's why I thought of that.
But those are great figures, and that's why I loved it. Like I saw that figure, and I had a bunch of people talking shit about it, and I was like, well, you know what? I mean, no offense, in this day and age, who the hell has fucking money to go around like that? Like I sure as shit took a step back from my collecting. I actually had to take a very big step back and reevaluate, not just because of the T-Rafts, and just collecting itself is not really as appealing to me. Like I'm starting to take figures apart like you guys do, and I'm looking at ways at making the characters I like that are different.
Customs. Hell yeah.
Facts. That looks awesome.
Yeah. I finally got all of them. All I need now is the next wave.
Did you find any at Burlington? I heard a lot of them showing up at Burlington.
I just found a whole bunch of Paranoid, and I bought one. Yeah.
That looks awesome.
Ooh, that's pretty, Adam. That's pretty.
I've been trying to charge him up. That's why I keep turning my camera off. Hold on, let me.
No one can say that's not how dinosaurs actually looked.
You know, it'd be awesome if they did.
Lightning bugs exist.
Yep. Very true.
I would love to have something like the painted version of that with my fantasy figures I have on this shelf.
Yeah.
That I'm doing. That would look dope.
Adam, if you want a really good like light to charge those, hilariously, I went to Meijer and I found this Nerf charger. It's like for like glow in the dark dog toys, and it's like a cylinder, and you put stuff in it and then just turn it on and it charges, so it doesn't like burn your eyeballs.
Yeah, no,
they're like $20.
I have this little like UV charger. Yeah. I can't get it dark enough to like do justice to this. While I gotta do. Where do I turn on dark mode on here? There's a setting on here.
So these are the Ashmore ones. There's also, what was the other one? Saurozoic. In the anthropomorphic dinosaur world.
Yeah, I have my opinion about Saurozoics though.
I didn't get any because they didn't look like they were articulated enough.
Good.
I really want somebody to just do goddamn dinosaurs already. Like,
wow,
it does not have to be like a legal thing. I'll take a ramen toy dinosaurs, all right?
Under the table.
Articulate that bitch.
What a great, that was one of the, see, we were talking about, I was talking about that with somebody, but that's like one of the great, like there's a few cartoons that just had the intro songs, man. Dinosaurs had like one of the coolest intro songs.
SWAT cats. Bring me those toys, man. I need a new updated SWAT jet. I need both the cats, please.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Speaking of which, I got a message, my dude.
You
One
have
of
a
my
dude?
friends.
Oh.
Yeah, one of my cosplay dudes. He was gonna do I can't remember their names. Was it T-Bone and Razor? I think.
It was a dark and stormy night. It was a glow in the dark dinosaur.
Anyway, we were both going to do the SWAT cats for a cosplay team.
Hell yeah.
I have also an update from Derek on the status of the.
Yeah, I know Master Turtle. He's good.
There we go.
Woohoo!
So that's where Derek is. It wants me to stop sharing and pay no attention to the tabs. Oh, actually, there's nothing there that you guys can't see. So yes, Derek, not only has he accomplished labeling, but there's a central tower.
The stickers are a bitch. There's so many of them.
Yeah, that was a pain. Not quite as bad as some of the like 10-year-old Transformer Titans. Those had the worst stickers. They were like
Kenzo, I love your shirt.
They were like this big, and there's 100 of them.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
It brought me back to the cover of the Super Nintendo game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fire.
That's T-Public, I think. Yeah, T-Public.
Lots of deep breaths. Did you have the counter, the clicker, to count how many times you had said some language? Language.
Now, how many F-bombs did you drop, Derek?
Biscuits.
I haven't set mine up either. I was looking at it like yesterday, and I was like, ugh, I'm gonna have to set that up finally once everything is set up. But then I have to figure out how to do it because I have pretty nice sort of cases with like glass displays, and I have to figure out if I want to just because right now I have them all sort of back there just closed, and I have to decide if I'm going to keep Snake Mountain and Gray Skull and my Crystal Castle and keep them all closed, or if I open them up, but then that means less upper display.
You got to get them strawberry shortcakes open back there.
Yeah, I've got to get all of that. All of those will probably fit in the display. My rough game plan for the strawberry shortcake is to set those up on a shelf, or 2 or 3, and then when I finally get my Berry Happy home, put that on top of that case so that there's a proper vintage display.
So, do you guys think that Mattel is like thanking their lucky stars that they didn't actually push through that snake layer? Is that thing moving? That'd have been a loss of money. Yeah,
that's awesome.
I don't know. Like, it's hard to say. I mean, that's the problem with the tariff situation. Is like it's in free fall. It's 170,000%, then it's 30%. But for those 3 days where it was like 130% or whatever, like those things that arrived at that point still have to pay that amount. So it's, I don't like.
Well, I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I don't know that anything arrived during that period because if it was on the water before it was announced, it was exempt.
Yeah.
And then as soon as it was announced, everybody phoned their shipping company and was like, don't put it on the water. So there's going to be, 2 months where there's nothing available from anyone. Like it's just shelves are going to clear out, and like stuff that's on the shelf now was either there already or was on the water already. There's going to be a weird hole where there's going to be nothing. And then they pulled it back, and then everybody shipped everything that they possibly could. There's 90 days where everybody's just going to push to get everything on the water, assuming that if it's on the water when the 90 days is up, they're going to be exempt as well. So it's I don't know. It's such a ridiculous situation, and not to, politics aside, it's just an absurd time to be trying to work out the logistics of how all that stuff happens, and it's just like,
I don't
think anything's gonna land with the 135% tariff, because no one can afford that.
Yeah, I was working on trying to get a Kickstarter, and I'm just like stopped completely. It's done. No point. No point until chaos agents are no longer in control.
Right. Yeah. It's weird. Like, because there are a couple of things that went up for pre-order, like Hasbro sort of did price lock. And there are a couple other things that went through pre-order. I'm like, I really want those, but not with that date of release.
Yeah. Well, with the whole Diamond Select thing, I was supposed to get Sweetums this month, and I haven't seen that yet from them. So I'm assuming that that'll still show up. But then they finally released the last, what do you call it? Electric Mayhem member for their Muppets line.
Yeah.
And that's for next January. I'm like, well, ain't getting that one.
Right.
Yeah. So, whatevs.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting situation to navigate in the whatever length of time. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, it's just nebulous as far as how long it's all going to last.
Tomorrow. That is the date I say it ends.
Right.
Well, it's just like I said, it's just arbitrary. It's like it's 90 days, and then it's like, no, this is getting changed. Like, I think EU is about to get hit with like a 50% one. And there's no exemptions, and there's no way that they can get it offset. And it's like, what? Just like,
yeah.
The goalposts keep moving so much that people have just stopped trying, and I mean, the weird thing is, in some respects, it affects me in some respects, but in other, being Canadian, it also kind of doesn't affect me, because I can order things from Asia and from Europe, and it doesn't affect me.
Right.
But being a toy collector, so much of that is filtered through the US that it does. And then it's, hearing all the, I mean, but the other thing too is, going back to Star Wars fans are not dissimilar to toy collectors. Everybody has an opinion, and so many people have no idea what they're talking about. And they're just throwing things out there from both sides, admittedly, from both sides. There are people that are saying, oh, this is what's happening. And I'm like, nope, that's not what's happening. From the other side, and I'm not saying which side is saying what, but it's very vague what I'm saying. But both sides are sort of saying, oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is great. It's like, oh, this is what's happening. No, this is what's happening. Like, and all these people just don't know what's happening. Like, they're all just assuming that all of a sudden they know how tariffs work and how export duties work and how logistics work in shipping, container pricing, and like all. Yeah, it's comical. I mean, it's.
I said it.
I don't know that much, but I know a lot more than a lot of people that are just.
I said it in the Toy Galaxy one. Is that I tried for 6 months to find a company in the United States that would make injected mold plastic for me at all. There was no pricing even involved. They don't care. Like, if it's not automotive or medical, we don't get government subsidies from it. We don't give a shit about it. So
there are companies that are doing injection molding in the United States.
I was trying to do it somewhat locally, and there's probably like 16 in Ohio. Like, it's not like 2. Yeah. And they literally, they're just like, oh, so what's your what do you think your parts count would be? Like, 100,000, 200,000. I'm like, oh, what? Are you crazy? Like,
Well,
5,000?
And it's also what a lot of people don't understand is like the molds, like the details and things like that. Like there's a huge difference between a Fisher Price picnic table and an articulated action figure, 6-inch scaled action figure with 32 points of articulation where all the parts are the size of a dime.
Yeah.
And the average toy collector still doesn't understand that. And that's not, that's not good or bad. That's just an observation, which I think is a pretty objective observation about toy collectors. They don't know how toys are made, how much toys cost to make, the process that is involved in making toys, the costs associated with making toys, the skill level of the people that actually make the toys. And by that I mean like the people that are working in factories in Asia. So you could build a factory in where are you, Alpha Magnus? Ohio.
Yeah.
You could Hasbro could build a factory in Ohio tomorrow, but they couldn't staff it. They would not have the skill level employees to actually make an action figure that would pass any sort of QC test.
Yeah.
And the idea that you could just do that is absurd. And okay, you could build a factory and then you could import all the labor, but here's the catch. They would not be white American citizens, and that goes against the whole sort of policy, that like it doesn't make sense. Like it's absurd. Like they've sort of set these rules up that are kind of all encompassing, and everything that they throw out next just makes it more impossible for the last thing that they've sort of thrown out there to make any sense. And it just layers of absurdity to
Just
the point
round
where
it out, it's crazy to think that way, but there's literally nothing we can do about it right now aside from but I've tried to teach people this for years. Like 10 years ago, I showed someone a Hot Toys figure.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, hey, look at this. This is the current tech that you can do with an action figure. They're like, oh, that's awesome. How much is that? Like $20 or something? What? It's a foot tall. Like, it looks like the actor. You think that's 20? So that there's and I worked at Best Buy for 17 years. So I went through 3 different video game consoles, like generations, and every single time, why does this cost so much? Like, this costs too much. I'm like, this is a $200 Xbox. Like, when it was new, it was $500. They're like, oh, well, it wasn't that expensive back in the 80s, and I'm like, I just go to the calculator, and I'm like, yeah,
yes,
it was actually $1,000 in
yes,
today's money.
Yeah.
And it didn't play Netflix and do all this extra stuff that you're expecting it to do. There is a disconnect between consumer and product. It's always been that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's not bad. I mean, that's not, and this is again, this is sort of the customer service representative that's in the middle, caught between sort of the creator and the owner of the company and like the customer. Customers don't need to understand that, and they don't like. There's no responsibility on a consumer to care or understand any of the aspects of what are dealt with on the other side. They go, I want this thing and I want it to be this price. And so it either is or it isn't. And you'll have people that will complain, it should be this price because that's what I want.
But I'm that consumer that says, if it's more than this price, I'm out.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
And that's perfectly fine. But when I was there, I had a guy walk in, and I don't know if I think it might be different in Canada, but Best Buy here, the employees get everything there 5% over what the company paid for it.
I suspect it's probably similar.
Yeah.
But...
So if we're selling a HDMI cable for $50 and we realistically only spent $10 on it, I paid $10.50 for that cable.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the best in the business. This guy walks in and he's like, "Hey, can you get me one of these Xboxes?" I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Yeah, but you got to mark that price down. You guys make way too much money on these things." So and I'm like, "Sir, we make like 2% on this." And he's like, "No, there's no way. There's no way you make that." So I went over to the register and I showed him how much an HDMI was, which I could have gotten fired for doing. And I'm like, "This is how much an HDMI costs us." Okay. And I'm like, I immediately scanned the Xbox and it was like $498. It was like so close to it. And just look at his face and he's just like, "So you're gonna mark that down, right?" Like,
they just don't get it. But that's
at a certain point you're throwing ham at a wall expecting it to do something. It's just you're never gonna win those people over. They're just gonna believe what they want to believe. Yeah.
No, and you no matter what industry you work in, right? You've always got somebody that's above you that's probably saying, "Oh, you got to convert that. You should have converted that sale." And it's sort of like, you know what? At the end of the day, that guy was not going to buy an Xbox unless it was $100.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way you're going to convert that sale unless you take a loss. If you are
it's
in
never
business,
worth a loss.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you're in business, no sale is worth the loss. There's people that are, "Oh, well, it's a goodwill, blah, blah." No, there's certain people that are only going to buy from you because they get a good deal. And they are not going to extend the courtesy that you extended to them to back to you. Like, it's not going to come back to you by them saying to their friends, "Hey, you should go pay full price for an Xbox." And 8 people aren't going to come to you and pay full price for an Xbox to offset the cost of what you sold him one for.
I think the Mondo Ghostbusters, Real Ghostbusters, is the perfect example for it. Because I said if they're more than this much, I'm not buying them.
I said that too, very publicly.
Yeah, and I didn't.
Neither did I.
Yeah, and I'm like, that costs too much. But now, once the onion is peeled and you find out that they literally loopholed that shit, I almost wish that I'd have bought them, just because that's the most awesome thing I've ever seen. Like, I guess Hasbro has the rights to figures up to $100, so they just made it 101.
Oh,
yeah, that's pretty much what's been. It's like a soft, like, I won't even say a rumor.
I believe it. I believe it. That Hasbro said, "We're not,
So
if you can make a collector's item that's this price, you could do it, but otherwise, no."
Yeah, that's how they
completely
skirted
believe that.
they didn't skirt the license. They still paid for the license, but that was the only way that they could do it, was to be 101. But in doing that, they are also adding a bunch of stuff to make it kind of worth it. But I still wasn't going to pay that amount. I'm good. Thanos put gross.
No, I mean, not. Yeah, I mean, I still sort of stand by my feeling that for a 6-inch scaled action figure, it's just too much.
I need to see what they charge for the 2000X, because there's one of those I'm getting. That's it. I'm getting it no matter how much it costs. But that's the Prince Adam that I'm out. Like, unless they're like $50, in which that's not too bad. Yeah.
I think
you're also assuming that they'll get to a Prince Adam.
They don't.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
I think the Motu will be lower though, because if you look at Mattel's actual product line,
Yeah.
Well, Mattel themselves owns Motu. It's not like with Hasbro where it's this license carved out from
another license,
like a film company or whatever. Particular rights. Mattel owns Motu, and they're not making any figures in Motu except like the occasional thing like Vicor where it's like 3 figures for one, or Motherboard where it's giant. Like when they make a figure that costs more than $50, there's stuff to justify that price. Like the most Masterverse are going to cost, even if they do adjustments, is like $35. So my expectation is Mondo will be able to do 2000X at a lower price point, but it's also worth noting that in 2026, Mattel did confirm, according to Toy Habits at whatever little convention or whatever they were at this weekend, that they are in 2026 going to be doing 2000X in Origin scale. And Masterverse is going to be figures for the movie that comes out next year. So my guess is Mondo might even be able to get lower price on their figures if they're doing a Masterverse scale, because Mattel has no
skin in that game.
Yeah, they have no immediate plan to do 2000X and 7-inch for at least 2 to 3 years. So I think what Mattel is doing is being really smart about exploiting, I guess is not quite the right word, but maximizing the ability to do product from Masters of the Universe in 2026, especially when people are, in theory, going to be into the movie, and it'll bring back people and bring in theory, new people who are going to be way more willing to buy a lot of Motu product.
But I wonder, this is my, again, to reference Classified, the sort of going sort of notion with Classified being the same price as everything else that Hasbro does in a 6-inch scale, with Classified being the same price as Marvel Legends, being the same price as Star Wars Black Series or Power Rangers, and then Hasbro kind of saying, well, or whether it's Hasbro or sort of people indirectly saying, well, part of that is the licensing fee, and that's why it has to be that price. And G.I. Joe is owned by Hasbro, but it's still the same price. So there's the value, the perceived value of a 6-inch figure. Mondo has done a 6-inch figure in Ghostbusters. Does that then
6.5-inch?
But does that then affect? They've said it's going to be less expensive than a Mondo 12-inch. They've said it's going to be less than a Ghostbusters 6-inch.
So $80.
Is it going to be $89.99, not $101?
So
because you're gonna have people that bought the Ghostbusters to go, well, this has more articulation, because they do. I've seen them at WonderCon. There's way more articulation in those Motu figures than there is in the Ghostbusters figures. Is there a backlash if you price them any lower than like $80?
Yeah. Well, time will tell on that. That's all I gotta say. I want to go back to what Allison said. Is anyone else excited for this movie? Because I wasn't at first, and then I started seeing more and more stuff for it, and now I'm like the Motu movie.
I haven't seen anything, but I'm excited about it.
I was iffy on the casting, but then after seeing that dude, he is swole. The dude is huge. He's just a monster. Yeah, he buffed up real good. Because first time I saw him on a thing, I'm like, that's the guy they picked. But no, he ate his Wheaties, and then
I think more Motu stuff is good for Motu.
Yeah,
whether it's good or bad, it's gonna get people talking about it. It's gonna get people like it. It's the same with anything from Star Wars or from Marvel or from whatever. Like it does on some level. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It just matters that the IP is getting
refreshed
attention, and that it's getting refreshed, and that like a new audience is gonna have eyes on an IP that you know, it's had its Netflix series, but they've all been animated. There hasn't been live action, well, since the 80s for Motu. And let's be honest, can it be worse than the existing live action Motu stuff? You know, even if it sort of lands the same way that did,
you mean
it's still eyes on the IP.
The fan-made stuff?
No, he's talking about the Motu movie that was the Dolph Lundgren, Frank Langella.
That one. Yeah. I mean that's shooting fish in a barrel.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like you know, Motu fans, like Star Wars fans, are like, it's gonna be terrible, and it's like, well, who cares? Like, it's, what's the other? Like, you go make a Motu movie.
So the
or
first
go back
movie,
one on Kickstarter.
Loves it.
The first movie I ever saw in the theaters was Masters of the Universe. I was, let's see, what year was that? 87. I was 6. Like, I was nitpicking that movie then. So trust me, I somehow went the opposite route where I was a nitpicky little shit kid, and then I turned into an adult that's like, it is what it is. It's a canon movie. What am I expecting out of this? But like, I was like, where's Orko? Where's Battle Cat? Why is everything different here? This is stupid. I hate this. It's also why I never saw the Mario Brothers movie, because I was like, no, I can't deal with another Masters of the Universe.
Mario movie too.
It's every G.I. Joe live action movie they've done. Like that's
the one that they should be able to nail.
Producers, yeah, but producers.
Blue and red lasers is all you gotta do, and you've got the sci-fi factor in there. Like,
but let's I'll throw my hat in the ring on this one.
Camels by committee. It never works.
So when you look at the stuff that Bay did, a lot of the Bayverse fans that are Transformer fans, people hated it because it was not good, and it was not. Like I like Bumblebee. The live action Bumblebee film was a good film. Do I like John Cena? Yeah, I do. I'm a wrestling fan, but I like that they kind of kept a little bit true to the story and wanted us to give us that character spotlight. Rise of the Beasts was a far superior film because it's now them saying, we're going to take this IP, we're going to do this with it, and we're going to bring in something that comic books has done. And like IDW did it, Boom Studios has done it, lots like Marvel's done it. Like, they've done the IP like justice. I think that these films are going to now bring these toys that we grew up as kids, and our kids are now watching cartoons that are like Earthspark, and you know, all the cartoons that have come out previously are going to now get this chance to get that. Like G.I. Joe hasn't had a new animated series since Renegades. And I think that when you look at those coming into the spotlight, and that Rise of the Beast was kind of that backdoor pilot, like, hey, we're G.I. Joe.
Yeah,
and
but
now it's like,
but now it's not IDW and Boom. Now it's Image. Now it's Skybound. So it's
Skybound.
Reset again.
Exactly. So now I'm like, but those series that they did, which is the current run from a few months ago, that was like the Duke, Cobra Commander, Destro, Scarlet.
Yeah, that's the
storyline. Those Skybound books are fantastic. The artwork is solid. The stories are solid. It already puts us in a universe where the Transformers exist. You know, they've implied a lot of things. It's what they said Sonic, the third film, did. It's a lot of what they're starting to do is like, hey, Sonic is trying to introduce the Mario Brothers into that Smash Brothers universe that all the Nintendo fans want. Hasbro heads want a G.I. Joe and Transformers movie put together. As much as Allison want Fast and the Furious and Jurassic Park, we both want that. We'll never get that. Who never knows? But at the same time, you're going to see if people put enough energy behind it and a desire, it'll happen. Voltron's happening live action. Did I ever think in my adult life I'd ever hear that there's a Voltron live action?
So
that's it. I would argue that that's an easier one to get.
In Cavalry Trust, is that what you're saying?
No, I would never say that. Cavalry Trust. I'm thinking,
I don't think there's as much cross. It's so this is like G.I. Joe, Transformers. You know, a lot of these just have so much cultural cachet that a lot of the rights cost so much that the only people that are ever going to make them are people with a boatload of money that just back the okay, so I'm using two analogies now. A truckload of money, and so they just back the truck up, they just dump it out, and they go, I'm going to make a G.I. Joe movie, I'm going to make a Transformers movie. I don't care about these IPs. I'm going to make a movie that is going to make $1 billion. And then they look at the format of what has made $1 billion and they say, make this movie, but they don't objectively, this is my, like, you know, this is that complaining Star Wars fan that I was talking about. This is the argument that they make, right? Like there's not people that are objectively passionate about these stories, about these characters, about these properties that are making a lot of these movies. They're
true.
backing the truck up. They're going, well, let's get Vin Diesel, let's get Scarlett Johansson, let's get Chris Pratt, and let's make a G.I. Joe movie. And every G.I. Joe fan goes, why? You don't need the star power if you're telling an authentic G.I. Joe story or an authentic Transformers story or an authentic whatever.
That's why I was so excited about the Motu one, because they started bringing out these actors like Idris Elba and all this stuff. And I'm like, and then I started seeing set photos. And you said you haven't seen anything. They're flipping the script. They're making it where like it's like a reverse She-Ra, where he gets abducted and he's on Earth and he finds out that he's actually supposed to be He-Man and Eternia. It's real weird.
It seems like they're adapting some of the CGI storyline where Adam doesn't know he's the Prince of Eternia. Except that was set on Eternia and then they went to Earth. But I think they're drawing from the CGI setup where Adam and his friends are sort of, I mean, if it's on Earth, it's going to be more adventure-y type people. But at the same time, I think they're going with the CGI because if they're smart, their goal would be to hit.
You mean the Netflix series?
Yeah, the Netflix
CGI series.
Yeah, not the.
I did watch that. Yeah, I actually loved that because Orko was the best part of that show. I couldn't believe what they did with Orko in that. Like, I was super surprised.
Orko, so
I think they paid attention to the fact.
Did you watch the CGI one?
The CGI one, no. I watched the Revolution, and I watched the She-Ra Netflix, but the CGI one, we haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah, in the CGI one, this is like a season 1 thing. Few episodes in, the Orko is actually a robot that it channels Orko the Great or something. Like, it's super freaking weird, but it actually makes like one of the best storylines in the whole show. So I'm very surprised with how they did that, because it's not actually Orko. It's super weird.
It's like a digital download of it.
It's like a Black Mirror episode of He-Man.
I'm going to give you guys a little caveat that I think about. When you say there's Adam, you said something, and I'm not going to disagree with you. When a director, the writers have no passion, it sucks. 100%. You could take an idea.
No, not writers, directors. I said producers.
No, even the producers, when if they don't know the core material, it doesn't come out well. Well, I'm going to give you some examples of things that were really well. Let's go back to 2008, Iron Man. Favreau, huge fan of the comic book. Ed Norton, huge fan of the Hulk. Kenneth Branagh, huge fan of Thor. You had 3 major Marvel IPs that the producers and the writers were huge fans of, and they produced the beginnings of what we now know as the MCU proper. You could even go and look at, I would say, I'm trying to think of anything else that was really done well. Mandalorian. Favreau and Filoni are like huge Star Wars nerds, and they love Star Wars, and they gave us the Mandalorian as something that original, and then they get producers and other creators that are in that space that want to do stuff like that, and they put out amazing stuff.
I think that's what we were both saying.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with that. Like, I think we need more of it. Hollywood hasn't given us that since 2008.
if you look at the Ninja Turtles live action movies, which they call Bayverse, but he just put money on it. Like, I don't think he actually had anything to do with directing it or anything like that. The first one, I did not like. It was barely a Ninja Turtle movie. But then the second one, they actually got someone who's a little more passionate about it, and you could tell, because I don't know if you've ever watched that one, Out of the Shadows, I think it was. Like, it's like a different universe almost. Like, Bebop and Rocksteady are Bebop and Rocksteady in that. It's amazing. Aside from Stephen Amell, I'm like, what is this? But every version of Casey Jones since the original has been batshit different than the last one.
It's
one of them,
hard
he's
to
like,
match that though. It's hard to match the first.
Well, he was a nut in that one, but like in one of them, he's like a teenager who, I don't know. I've seen so many different versions of Casey Jones. I'm not even worried about the Green Arrow who pretends to be Batman or whatever. Like that series though is a genuine, and I would almost say the second G.I. Joe movie was similar, where like, except for them killing off everybody, it felt like more of a G.I. Joe movie than the first one did.
Yeah, but
the first one felt like they just adapted a script for some other movie.
Well, all of them feel like they've adapted a script. I mean, the most recent example is the Snake Eyes movie, and I felt like somebody bought a ninja movie and shoehorned games into it. Like
yeah.
I thought it was a fun movie for like a ninja movie. I just didn't see how it fit in with any version of Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow that I'd ever seen.
What, you didn't want to see RZA? You didn't want to see RZA be a ninja master?
I still liked it. I just don't know where they thought they were going to go with it, and I don't know. Like, I thought it was a fun movie. I enjoyed it. I saw it in the theater.
Oh no, I agree. It's a good popcorn movie. Very good popcorn movie. But as a fan, is it true to the core? It was not. It wasn't a G.I. Joe movie.
No,
and that's where you could see it. You see a lot of things like that now, and I'm starting to. And I know we said this a while back. If we could see Marvel take a break for 5 years, I think we would see that same passion you saw in 2008 return to the works. Star Wars is seeing that resurgence. Andor.
But I disagree because I think it's more.
It's not about taking a break. I said it before. They need to.
It's the vision.
Let these things be, because the one that I remember the most was the Ant-Man and Wasp Quantumania. It was 12 weeks before that was coming out, and they had to rewrite the entire movie. For some reason.
I think the big
Jonathan Majors. That was the whole Jonathan.
No,
Majors
that
was that.
No,
after
that's not
before?
related.
That was before that, actually.
I think the big thing is that everybody, and that's MCU, so that's still Kevin Feige, so that's sort of on him, but that's still that's the tail end of MCU when it was really good. And I think it was losing steam by that point, and that's probably part of the reason why,
Well, it's because they would come out with something that was there. They were just so afraid of it being another, was the Inhumans? They were afraid of another failure that was so bad that they had to shelve the entire thing.
But I don't think. I think the fallacy is that just because you have a strong enough IP, you're gonna recreate the MCU. I think
they
people
cannot
have
all be
stopped
Avengers
making
Endgame.
standalone projects. Yeah. They go, we're gonna make, and we're talking about Skybound. We're talking about Void Rivals with Transformers and G.I. Joe. We're talking about the Skybound universe, right? Like, wouldn't it be great if we could get all these things? It would be great. Is it realistic given what we've seen over the last, 100 years of filmmaking? No, it happened one time. One time. The MCU got it right. Everybody else has failed. Mm-hmm. The idea that somebody else is going to figure out the equation, I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Star Wars it's the next closest thing, but you've still got a very fractured fandom when it comes to Star Wars. Nobody is universally praising Star Wars in the same way that the first 10 years of the MCU was praised. And I just think that the idea that you're going to make all these crossover things and everything's going to work perfectly and you're going to have this sort of grand architecture that's going to work. And Dre, I think you even referenced it too, like, because I wasn't exactly sure about your point, but like, you know, Edward Norton was only the Hulk once. Kenneth Branagh was only a director once. You know, they had to course correct with some of these people that are still passionate. Like, passion doesn't always, amount to magic.
Well, I think, I'll the point that I was trying to agree with. I agree with the lack of passion. Is that there's a lack of passion in these stories that we're not seeing.
But passion isn't everything. Is my point. Is that like you need passion, but you also need vision, and you need conviction of like, here's what we're gonna make. And I think people flip flop. You know, like the Universal Dark Universe was I don't know if anybody remembers that. They were going to make they did the Dracula movie and then they immediately abandoned it. They
abandoned it after the Mummy. It was after the Mummy failed. That's when they abandoned. Yeah, that's
what did I say? Tom Cruise. You said
you said it was the Dracula Untold.
Oh, that's it. I meant the Tom Cruise Mummy.
Yeah, Dracula Untold was a great film.
Yes,
and I was super psyched when we got the Mummy because
Tom
that's when they were leading to.
And the Hot Girl did not amount to a film that made sense to anybody.
So to bring it all back around to Dre and I here, you know who I think is doing it 100% right?
Who?
Godzilla.
They are.
MonsterVerse Godzilla is probably the best. Yeah,
with Kong.
Yeah, because
and their crossover stuff. Yeah,
there is a show on Apple TV. I have Apple TV because it comes with my Verizon plan. Monarch is the chef's kiss of a show that exists in a universe that has a little bit of here and there Godzilla stuff. That it's like this show can exist on its own. Godzilla happens to be there, and if you haven't watched all of those movies, like from, was it 2016?
So you have the 2014 film.
14, yeah.
Yeah, the 2014 film, which was then you have Kong, Skull Island, and then you have, because that's technically the start of the MonsterVerse.
Yeah, then the second Godzilla movie, then Godzilla vs. Kong 1 and 2. The Monarch takes place in between those two. And just everything that they're doing is correct, and I don't understand how they're doing it. because
you know why? The Japanese IP is there. It's like you have a pre-established 80 years plus of content you can like dig into and start plucking around.
Yes and no, but you got to realize that is a dual license movie. So like they license Kong from I think Paramount, and then they license Godzilla from Toho, and they have to meet both companies' guidelines on these things. And it is like, I don't know how they're threading that needle because they're doing everything that they should do. Because you're getting a storyline. The first Godzilla was wishy-washy, but all the rest of them, it's been like what Godzilla fans want and what Hollywood wants. Very strange.
And you know what's even funnier to the whole MonsterVerse thing, and they brought it full circle with this whole series, is that Peter Jackson's film, as terrible as people felt that movie was for Kong, like they were like, Peter Jackson's Kong was probably the worst. It's canon. It is canon to everything. And I was surprised because I actually found a guy that was like, he connected it. And he's like, yeah, you asked Peter Jackson.
That's fanon. That's not canon. They have not come out.
I've heard that it is, and I've seen enough evidence that I want to. Let's put it this way. I want to believe it because the evidence is so good. I mean, like you the stuff with the kaiju verse, which they should call just the kaiju verse, mind you.
Well, that's what monster means.
I know kaiju means monster. I like I said, I speak Japanese, so I got the lingo for me is perfect. I want more of the like obscure. I want like Violante. I want like
you're not going to get most of those. They have to get a single approval per character from Toho, and then they have to know what.
That's why we're waiting till 2027 to get the next film.
And that's kind of what I was bringing up, is that because they are having to consult with the companies that own the rights to it, you're getting a better product in the long run. Where Paramount was like, we're gonna make Transformer movies, and Hasbro's like, all right, here you go. They didn't have to call Hasbro every week and be like, hey, is it okay if we have Optimus Prime Hawk eBay? Can we make Stanley Tucci talk about freaking boba milk? Like,
he's such a good actor
no one
too.
cared.
Like that ruins that's why I'm hoping this He-Man IP for the movie. I'm hoping they do really well. I've kind of stayed away from that in Doomsday and Fantastic Four, because those are three films that, like, really those two films are like, I'm super hyped for Fantastic Four after growing up with bad Fantastic Four films. And yes, I'm going to go back to the Roger Corman one. It's the worst of them all. I want this one, and again, it hits for me. I like Pedro Pascal. I want to see his Reed Richards, and I know a lot of people hate on Krasinski. They should have had him to be it, and I was like, yeah, but I want to see this. I like the story. I like the idea, and it's, if this is where we're going, I'm excited.
Thanos.
Thanos, what are you saying gross again to? Type that out. I want to know what you're saying gross again to.
I know Pedro is Reed Richards, and again, I don't watch trailers or I don't read anything for
they haven't really done
IPs
anything
that I like.
Big on it, yeah.
And I love Fantastic Four, so I looked at that casting and I was like, yeah, that works. That works for me. So he gets cast in everything though, because everybody loves him. But it could be terrible. It could be fantastic. I don't know.
With that, I feel like they are doing the same damn thing that they do every time, where they say, "This is Robert Downey Jr. isn't playing the Iron Man that's Doctor Doom in some side story thing that we did 10 years ago." I feel like they're 100% doing that. Like
Invincible Iron Man, they're doing that.
I can't remember what the storyline was.
That story.
It's just say it. Say what it. And that's the problem that I have, is that they're not like.
But that's why I don't pay attention.
Yeah, well,
I just wait for the movies to come out and I go and see them, and I'm like,
Secret Wars.
That's War World. Just call it what it is. It's War World.
I'm not even getting into that. It's going to be a reboot of the MCU. Like,
100%.
It's written on the wall. They refuse to say that, and it drives me nuts. It's like, just say it. Say, hey, we're rebooting the MCU. We're going to refresh the whole brand. Just do it.
But I think that there's a stigma.
No, the problem is they don't want to give up that much control, because they want to be able to change everything 2 days before the movie comes out if they have to.
No, but they don't want to say that it's a reboot, because that implies that it hasn't been good enough leading up to that.
Well, I mean, you're aging people out. Let's be honest. Like 10 years ago, Sebastian Stan would have been a great lead to take over for Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker immediately after Return of the Jedi. Now he's like 50 years old. That's no longer an option. Like at the time, yes, that's fine. But there's so many of these things where it's like we gotta just say things out loud so that people don't think about them to the point where they're better than the things you actually come out with. That's where I have problems. Is all of these. I see stuff where people are talking about like fan theories on things, and then you watch it and you're like, oh, that fan theory probably would have been better than that.
Hey, but I mean, any theory is great in theory, and then you put it in practice, and if you can't execute it, it doesn't really matter. So at the end of the day, it's that's where I'm at with, like, I don't care about trailers. I don't care about how they sell something to me ahead of time, because you can be sold something and be delivered something completely different. So I'll wait till the stuff comes out, and then I'll make my I'll make my assessment based on that. And if I love it, you'll hear about it, and if I hate it, you probably won't hear me talk about it.
So I don't think I've ever asked this, Allison. What is your thoughts of The Acolyte? Did you watch it?
I did.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, contrary to what everyone on the internet says, I quite enjoyed it, and it's among my favorite Star Wars.
So I won't say it's my favorite. I don't know about you, Adam, Dre, anybody else wants to chime in. It was okay. I liked it towards the end better than I did in the beginning, but I was never the guy that was like, lesbian witches, I hate this, even though it's stuff that happened in Clone Wars. Like, like I wasn't angry about any of that. Then pull over to Mandalorian. What do you think of that, Adam?
I absolutely loved the first season of Mandalorian. I really enjoyed the second season. I feel like the third season fell off. I'm very much looking forward to the movie because I feel like they've had time to kind of like pull the pieces back together and kind of tell a Mandalorian story again.
On the flip side, what did you think of Book of Boba Fett?
I enjoyed it.
It is my favorite out of all of them. Like,
I had fun with it. I liked seeing Tatooine again. I liked seeing what happens when, after Jabba. I liked, Bib Fortuna, being on the throne there for like a hot minute and being like, I'm out of here. Like, I'm not cut out for this.
Yeah. Book of Boba Fett felt like everything that you would have made up when you were a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably, in my opinion, they could have reshot Book of Boba Fett 3 times with 3 different starts and ends, and I would have been happy every time. Just because it was goofy, random, like some Cobb Vanth, who like I didn't even know who that existed. I guess he was in some of the EU stuff.
No, he's canon. He's in the Aftermath novels.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, he's in a novel.
In
I'm
the
not
weird
reading
segue like they have little tangent sections, but.
He's not that's the first time he's been in a visual sense, even Clone Wars, nothing like that. And then they're like, oh, well, we're going to bring in Cad Bane too. And it's just like, what is this show? And then Danny Trejo comes in because he has to be in everything. He's riding a damn
Rancor,
and it's like
that was great. It was fun.
Yeah, everything about that show was fun. And then the one thing that I hated the most was the stupid Mandalorian episode they shoved in there. Why? Like, why didn't they just put that? Like, give us a episode 0 of the next season.
Why was there so much Boba Fett in the Mandalorian, and then why was there so much Mandalorian in Boba Fett? I think it's just it's a cross pollination thing where the marketing works, and if the Mandalorian was meant to be a Boba Fett series, I understand why they kind of
The problem is that people.
I agree with Thanos that I think the flashbacks in Boba Fett kind of ruined the first 2 episodes. They should have been the first 2 episodes, and then they should just moved on.
Yeah, my problem with it is that they had an entire Mandalorian episode that if you did not watch Book of Boba Fett, you had no idea what was going on in season 3. That's not good. You can't do that. Like, minimally, it should have said, "Hey, did you watch this first?" Like, even
but that's
if
the
it's just
thing.
that one episode.
That's the thing. There's a problem with Disney Plus. Like my little brother and my brother-in-law, they like Marvel movies, but they don't watch the in between sort of stuff to get filled in. So I do, because I'm that kind of nerd and I love the material and I want to watch it. And
Thor as a roommate was a great short.
Yeah.
I'll put it to you this way. I think the fact that we get filler shows that are needed to carry content, because sometimes you need to facilitate why Bucky and Sam needed that to get the footing to get.
I'm fine with Falcon and Winter Soldier. That's fine.
But something like where, okay, Ironheart, which I have been on my high horse on, and I will be on my high horse until the show comes out. I think it's great on several levels because I want to see the story and the fact that we are getting magic and tech. We're actually going to get more of it outside of Doctor Strange. Yeah, we've heard about Scarlet Witch. We know that there's other characters, but they've never talked about it. Like, we've insinuated it. Now we're seeing it. Now we're getting major players that are going to be when Warworld comes and Spider-Man Brand New Day. It's like, for anybody that doesn't read the comics, you're at a loss. But guess what? We live in an information age that my 16-year-old never had to do what I did, which is read all the stuff and get all the background knowledge to be excited. She can go Google it right now. And when we go see the movie, she'll be like, yeah, Dad, I get it. I totally see it. And I'm like, yeah, but do you love it's like it's different. It hits different, like Stitch today. Seeing Lilo and Stitch 20 some odd years after the original animation and it's live action, it hits different. It's not the same that as a kid, as a college kid going to see the film, as a father carrying kids to go see the film. It's things hit differently. And I think that that's what I'm hoping when Marvel does the Secret Wars with War World, and like they've touched on like, hey, Doom wants to be God. It's like kind of where they're like leading us with the breadcrumbs. And I'm like, yay, do this and then start all over. Do what they did in the comics when Jim Lee did Heroes Reborn. Do what you did 6 years ago, where Blade was the only one.
I don't know why we're arguing about it.
Oh no, I'm not arguing at all. I'm saying my point is that I think it's one of those things I would love to see, like Mandalorian. I'm looking forward. I'm glad they didn't do a season 4. I'm glad that we're getting a movie because I would love to sit through a film of it.
That's Marvel's whole plan with after Secret Wars, anyways, right? To reboot everything.
Yeah, they're calling Spider-Man like Brand New Day, and they're trying to like
he got his reboot already. That last movie was a Spider-Man.
Hasn't he gotten 4?
Yeah, no, that's a that is the Tom Holland. We're doing everything backwards. Spider-Man.
Yeah, when no one knows who he is, and he has to reset anyway. So it's
mental etch-a-sketch. You ever hear that mental etch-a-sketch? Like
So just a heads up, if did anyone get all of the stuff from Four Horsemen that was on there? Did you see that sale that they had?
I didn't.
It's been like a week or two. They had I don't know. I just saw a thing that they're like low stock on a whole bunch of things, just in case anybody's looking to get that.
I'm all caught up, and I'm in Canada, so I buy all my stuff through e-collectibles. I just get it straight from a Canadian distributor.
Because I got that the Headhunter and the ATL 25. That's
nice,
just exclusive stuff. So just making sure. I just randomly saw an ad for it, and I'm like, why am I getting an ad for that?
Because you talked about it at one point.
yeah. I think I'm getting out of here. You folks have a wonderful
evening. Have a good one, man. Good seeing you.
Good chatting. Peace out.
Adam,
I don't know why Thanos hasn't come back.
His internet went out.
Like completely?
Yeah, he's been in chat.
Oh, that's
enough that he's in chat though.
Adam, are you going to be at Joe Fest?
I can get through on chat using my
I may be driving down for the
my
day.
wireless on my phone. So
like I might drive down Saturday. So if I come down Saturday, we're hanging out.
I'm there. I'm there all weekend. I'll be working at the Spiro table.
Nice. I'll come. I'm trying because so we have like a funny little thing. Her birthday is the 30th of June. We're going away the week after to the beach. So I was like, I told my wife, I was like, hey, do you think I can, you could watch the kids and I'll just go for the day? It's a long drive, so I may either crash with a friend or something. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But I was thinking of going for just the day to see you guys because I know so many guys are coming in. Like Oz was saying he's going to come through, and Mega J and Ken. And now that I know you're going to be there, I'm like, oh shit, I want to try to go. Like more. I want to just go, just to not even spend money, just to go in and hang out with my friends, and then just drive back home. Like
it's a great spot. They got a great lobby for a hangout on usually Friday nights, the hangout night.
Damn it. Now you're gonna make me think about it. I have to think harder now to figure it out. Well, my wife's done with school. She's a school teacher, so she finishes her work soon. So I might have to make the drive down and then sleep on the floor in one of y'all's rooms. Be like, I'm gonna sleep here for the night, and then I'll just get up and then leave on Saturday. But I would love to get to talk to you guys like actually face to face. I think that's something Jay made a comment of a long time ago that we don't do because we just do this, which is a great way to communicate. Because I love Allison. I talk to her almost every day now. Thank you. Sure. I love the memes. And Cobb, I know I talk to you every day because you're in our group chat that I talk to, and I love just knowing you're okay. So it's like having this
chats anymore.
I'm saying,
I'm up all night. Everybody's awake during the day.
Dude, this is a random occurrence because I know I'm off on Monday. So like Saturday and Sunday have been kind of thrown off because everybody's schedules were all off from school and work.
Night off.
So, but it's good. It's like it's part of that like mental health, man. Like we gotta be able to talk to each other more, and we don't do that. And I feel like we don't get to like these conventions. Like I don't like going to conventions all the time, but when I can find my friends that are going, I'm like, shit, I gotta try to make it because if I can get to send like someone like yourself that lives in Canada, and I'm probably not gonna get up to Canada anytime soon. It would be nice to actually get to sit in the same room as you and Jay and even Oz, who lives on the same coast as me. Just to even get that little bit of time, it's worth it. And I think that's what we got to do.
Soon, it'll be like Adam will be there in an hour.
Well, we're close enough for this.
So I am fading. So I figure let's go ahead and wrap it up. We've made it 4.5 hours, which is pretty good.
That's usual.
Oh, what's up? I did not hear you.
Oh, me or Dre?
He said Allison.
Oh, okay. I was saying let's wrap it up because I'm starting to fade. So.
Oh, I thought you said something Cobb. So.
Oh,
you asked me something.
I wasn't. Oh, Dre or me? No, I didn't say anything yet.
Somebody. Nobody.
So yeah, let's wrap it up and head out. And do hang around, especially Dre and Cobb, because you guys missed the ridiculous opening I made. So we're gonna go out with the opening, which is unfortunately Kenzo didn't, needed to go, so he missed the ridiculous opening. But hopefully he's watching it right now so he can appreciate it. So anyway, really quick, Adam, where can the people find you?
They can't. I'm in hibernation. I haven't been doing anything.
He's undercover, guys.
I don't know. I think. Oh, I posted something on Instagram today.
Oh, sucky. Wait.
Other than that, I'm not doing anything. I'm on here tonight. You'll probably see me again in 6 weeks or something.
You're a mess, Carl.
Pretty much. Trying to sort that out.
We'll figure. I'll have you come color with me one day. We'll get you.
Yeah, that was fun. That was let's do that.
Swing of it. Dre, where can the people find you?
So I am on Instagram under the same name, Dre the Geek Dad. You can find me on YouTube under Dre the Geek Dad. And you can find me with my best friend, my brother from another mother, doing the Outer Dimensions podcast with Dave and Dre. We do that every Friday. We took off this Friday for mental health for me because I was just in a bad space. But we will be back next Friday, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're actually going to be talking vampire films. One of my very good longtime friends is coming on the show with us, and we're going to kind of do like a best of list. And I look forward to Omari coming on and just kind of chatting it up about vampire films, especially if they're seeing Sinners. So I am very hype, very hype.
If you haven't seen Sinners, people go see Sinners.
Go see it.
Movie, best original horror movie I've seen in at least 5 years.
Best story, just best everything. Best everything.
And Cobb, where can the people find Cobweb Collector?
YouTube, same thing on Instagram. Don't got much going on. Did do my Power of the Force today. Get that video up. So
Sweet. Go watch
check
your
out some more Star Wars.
Go watch it, people. And quickly.
Bring out the olives.
Todd, come and check us out on Friday.
Because Cub is the reason we have the olives back. Yeah, you should go do. I bet you would have fun some Friday. Let's see. Frankie, thank you so much. Thank you, the collector. Much welcome. I wanted to try to, many nights I'm here filming things, and because of Oz and the gang, I'm able to make it through for 4.5 to 5 hours of filming. So I have a live stream tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time with Chris Plastic. We're going to color some Star Wars because it's Star Wars month. And I've got videos releasing all this week because I am an overachiever. And on that note, thank you, Natalie Portman. We're going to end with the opening just so Cobb and Dre can see the glory. And I can't remember if you were here or just your amazing daughter. Okay, cool. All right, so here we go. We will all see you again in the next one.
Hey, everybody.